Good evening all, and welcome. Something I don't do very often for comps is introduce my videos, but as September ends and we move to spooky season, I thought we'd finish up the month with 50 stories from break-ins. So make sure your windows and doors are reinforced and secured. Have your little camera monitor next to you to make sure no one's skulking around the bushes. Get comfortable and let the darkness take control. This happened a while ago. To give you some context, I'm a male in my mid-20s, and at the time lived at home with my parents. We lived in a bigger than average house with a furnished basement apartment in a safe city in Canada. I lived in said basement apartment, while my parents lived on the top floor, the third story. Hearing noises and sounds from upstairs, mainly footsteps or doors opening and closing, is not unusual at all if you happen to live in the basement. When my younger siblings come home from college, these noises can be heard late into the night, at 2 or 3 a.m. even. My younger sibling would sometimes have a car with him, so you could hear the garage door open at odd hours as he would park his car inside. Needless to say, hearing noises while sleeping was never a cause for concern for me, and I had simply become used to it. But during the Christmas period a few years back, over the course of a few nights, I experienced strange occurrences that were downright mysterious, eerily creepy, and borderline paranormal. My parents had flown south to a Mexican resort to get away from the cold, and my younger brother decided to stay at his college town to party with his roommates. I was alone in the house for at least a week, until my parents returned, which wasn't really a problem for me. On the first night, I came home from a buddy's place at 11 p.m, watched a bit of TV, then decided it was time for bed. Before heading down to my room in the basement, I armed the security system, which, short of a security camera, was quite thorough. If anyone were to open any of the doors or windows of the house, a loud alarm would go off. The only way to disarm it is through an app. But if the alarm continued ringing for over a minute, the cops would be notified. I jumped into bed, and after a bit of Instagramming, I dozed off. A few hours later into my sleep, I was awoken by the loud sound of the garage door opening. Strange, I thought, because as I said before, no one was home or due home for a week. 30 seconds later, I heard another loud sound. This was of the garage door closing. At that moment, I thought nothing of it. Just maybe thought that my brother decided to drive home earlier than planned. Still, I tried to stay up and hear who it was that arrived home, or to see if the alarm would go off. After 30 more seconds of waiting, sleepy me decides that it's probably just my brother, who parked his car in the garage and is now taking his time to come inside, probably smoking a cigarette or something. I doze back to sleep, and nothing strange happens for the rest of the night. When I woke up, I went upstairs next morning, and there was no sign of my brother. No sign of any forced entry. The security system hadn't been triggered, and everything looked good. I even called my brother to see if he came home at all last night. He hadn't. Even the garage was empty, and didn't look like anything had been taken. I shrugged it off as me imagining things, sleep paralysis, or just a really vivid dream, and went to work for the day. The next night, I had the same routine as before. After work, I hung out with some friends, came home, armed the security system, and went to bed. I was sleeping peacefully, having even forgotten about the events of the previous night, when all of a sudden, I'm woken up by the loud sound of the garage door opening. I sat up in bed, trying to make sense of what the hell is going on, and then decide it was worth exploring. I grab my baseball bat and jacket and head upstairs. As I exit the main door, locking it behind me, and make my way to the garage, a sense of fear comes over me. The garage door is indeed open, and the light inside has been switched on. However, no one is in sight. I pinched myself, almost in disbelief, trying to make sure that I'm actually awake, then decide to walk around the house just to make sure everything is alright. It's 2:30 a.m. at this point, and the neighborhood is eerily quiet. My footsteps in the snow seem to be quite loud, but oddly enough, the neighbor's dog, who just about barks at anything that moves, has been quiet this whole time. As I proceeded to the backyard, the motion light turns on, and what I see next moves me to my very core. Footsteps in the snow, and they look fresh. The trail suggests someone must have hopped the fence and gone window to window to take a peek inside. Although disturbing, that seemed logical enough of a conclusion. Though how exactly this person got into my garage, I'm still not sure. At this point, I decided to call the cops. The cops showed up after about 30 minutes and walked around the place trying to find clues. Besides the footsteps, nothing worthwhile was found. However, one of the cops flashed his light over the fence into the neighbor's backyard, from where I thought the footsteps came into mine, but found no footsteps at all. I found that extremely worrying, but the cops seemed to explain it away by saying someone probably traversed the fence and landed straight into my yard. I wasn't buying it, but seeing as though nothing had been stolen or damaged, there was little the cops could do at this point. After they left, I went back inside my house, then stayed awake a while longer to see if anything else transpired. Luckily, the rest of the night went incident-free, and I ended up passing out on the living room couch shortly after. On the third night, after work, I came straight home, cooked myself a quick dinner, and then went to bed, or at least tried to sleep. That was around midnight, but what happened the previous 2 nights kept me up for a while. Finally, after staying up waiting to see if something had happened, I passed out at 2 a.m. This time the sound that awoke me was not the garage door opening, but the sound of the alarm. Maybe it was because I was on high alert, or just that I never was fully asleep. But the minute the alarm started ringing, I was on my feet, baseball bat in hand, prepared for an altercation. I had decided I'd let the alarm ring out without disturbing it, thinking the cops would come rushing to my aid. The alarm kept ringing for what seemed like an eternity. It had probably only been a couple of minutes in reality, and my heart was pounding so loudly I could hear it. That's when it occurred to me. I hadn't heard any sound coming from upstairs, no footsteps, no door opening or closing, no noise of a forced entry through a window or something like that. I mustered up all the bravery I could and ventured out of the basement onto the ground floor of the house. After switching on all the lights that were in my way, I called out to see if I could get a response from someone that was there, if there was actually someone at all. There was no indication that anything had happened though, and after turning off the alarm, I did a quick check of the doors and windows in the rest of the house. By this point, I was too scared to venture outside like previous nights, and only did so once the cops showed up 30 minutes later. It was the same officers. We did a quick check around the house to see if there was anything suspicious, and once again found footprints in the snow. But these were at a different place. These footsteps came across the front driveway and made their way to the side of the house, only stopping at a lower window that looks into the basement. I looked directly into my bedroom. By this point, I'm terrified, and once the cops leave, I decide to drive to a nearby hotel for the rest of the night. Once there, I contemplated calling my parents, but didn't want to stress them out during their much-needed vacation, and didn't want to seem like I was scared in front of my brother, who'll probably just make fun of me anyway. I decided I'd go back home, and the next day replace the batteries on all security system sensors, as I had managed to convince myself that was the problem. But it obviously doesn't explain the garage door opening randomly the 2 previous nights. The next night, I came home from work early, replaced the batteries of the sensors like I said I would, armed the security system and went to bed. This time, it was in my parents' room, which was on the top floor. I did not want to have some creep watching me while I slept, though I ended up not doing any sleeping at all at night. In any case, I had just brought my baseball bat up with me in case. Around 2:30 a.m. that night, while watching some Netflix, I hear the alarm go off once more. This was out of the blue, with no sounds or noises of forced entry or broken windows. I jump to my feet, pick up the baseball bat and start walking to the door, fully intending to leave the room and see what the hell was actually happening. But just as I got to the door, something inside told me that was a bad idea. I ended up locking the door instead. Mind you, the alarm is still going off, and I wasn't waiting 30 minutes again for the cops to show, and decided to dial 911 myself, using my cell phone. Still, there are no footsteps or any sounds of movement. I walk to the window to see if anyone's out here, but there's nothing. Just as the 911 operator picks up and begins asking me what my emergency is, I hear the sound of the doorknob rustling. Someone was trying to enter my room, but this was no ordinary rustling either. It was fast, relentless, and violent, almost as if the person trying to turn it were doing so at 100 miles an hour. I began yelling into my phone, "Someone is in my house trying to kill me." The operator tried asking me for more information, but I was in such a daze I just yelled out my address and told them to send the police right away. I threw the phone on my bed, grabbed my bat, gripping it as tightly as I could, waiting for whoever or whatever it was to finally break through and come and get to me. But just a few seconds later, the rustling stops. The alarm is still ringing, but I hear no sounds of footsteps nor movement, which at this point is making my imagination run wild, thinking of ghosts or other paranormal stuff. I was still standing there, bat in hand, waiting for some sort of dramatic entrance, but it never came. Instead, I heard the siren of 2 police cars make their way down the street and into my driveway, and at this point, I decided I'd rather jump out the window onto the garage than onto the driveway to be with the cops than stay another minute in the house alone. It didn't matter that it was freezing outside or if I wasn't wearing my jacket. I just wanted to leave. Once I broke the window and got on top of the garage, I managed to get the attention of the cops, who helped me down and then asked if that person was still inside. I was on the verge of tears by this point. I could only manage a nod. 3 of the officers went to check out the rest of the house, while 1 stayed with me. About 5 minutes later they returned, saying there were no signs of forced entry anywhere. I'm freaking out at this point, trying to figure out what the deal is with the doorknob upstairs. They then went inside the house to see or find any clues, and surprisingly, or not, found nothing. By this point, one of my neighbors, who's always been pretty helpful, noticed the commotion and decides to see what's happening. He must have noticed I wasn't wearing a jacket and brought me one. Meanwhile, the cops decide there's nothing more they can do and ask me to check with the security company about inspecting the system that's been installed, in case it was faulty. As for the doorknob, they seemed understandably skeptic, but seeing the state I was in at that point, decided not to probe me too much. The same officer offered me to let me crash on his couch for the night, as well as some extra food, and I was glad to not be sleeping in that house. The next morning over breakfast, my neighbor calls and tells me he has a security camera installed outside of his house, which actually captures a bit of my driveway, and asks if I'd want to watch it to get some closure. I say yes. So he pulls out his laptop and begins playing the video from the night before. What we saw scared the jeepers out of both of us, and I think his skepticism completely melted away. We saw that at around 2:15 a.m., a bald man wearing nothing but dark-colored clothes walks up the street and stops right in front of my driveway facing the house. He doesn't continue walking, so technically he was never on my property, but he was there nonetheless, just staring without any movement whatsoever, hands by his side. At 2:20, he starts rocking back and forth, still with his feet planted in the same spot, and he continues doing this for 10 minutes until 2:30, which is exactly when my alarm went off. He then turns around and walks back in the direction he came in, walking out of view. I was completely shaken upon seeing that footage. It was so unreal, and although I didn't believe in the paranormal or ghosts, that bit had me questioning everything I thought I knew. We checked the tapes from the previous 3 nights, and what I found was truly disturbing. The same person, bald, wearing dark clothes, walked up the street around 2:15, stopped in front of my driveway, and went through his usual routine. The second and third night this took place, I had come outside with a bat to investigate, but he would promptly leave at 2:30, basically minutes before I or the cops had a chance to see him. But what was truly strange was that in the video at least, he never once came to my backyard or even to the side of my house towards my basement window. He just stood at the foot of my driveway staring and swaying at the house, then left. I handed the recordings over to the cops, but unsurprisingly he was never caught or found. I called my brother that day and asked him to come and stay with me until our parents arrived. Thankfully nothing happened after that night, but it did leave some lasting mental scars, as I slept with all the lights on in my room for a year after that, and now I need a light to sleep, as well as leaving me with tons of questions. Who the hell was that? How did he/it know I was sleeping there that night? What was his deal with the alarm going off and the garage door opening out the blue? For the record, we had someone come and check up on the system, and it was supposedly working fine. And it did work fine after that night. And what of the snow prints? How the hell did that doorknob hold for as long as it did? Did the thing on the other side intend on coming in at all? What would have happened if it did? This particular close encounter of mine occurred sometime in 2005. I was somewhere between 11 and 12 years old. My mother had just moved back to her hometown of Kuskia, Idaho, a teeny little town with a population of approximately 654. She came across a little cafe called the Idaho Backroads that had a for sale sign in the window. She wandered in and discovered the place was still owned by a friend of hers from years back. They were an older couple who were coming up on their retirement age. They were eager to sell, and soon enough my mum was the proud owner of a quaint little cafe. We spruced the place up. It had minor wear and tear those old people couldn't routinely take care of, and reopened in the summer of '05. It was a mum and pop sort of place, called the Idaho Backroads Cafe, located in a small town on the Snake River called Kooskia. Kooskia is pretty much the last stop on Highway 95 if you're heading out to Missoula, Montana. There's a smattering of tiny towns in between, but Kooskia tends to get a lot of tourism in the spring and summer months. When my mother bought the back roads, we often ran into touring elderly people, families, lone travelers, and bikers. Our food was decently priced, and to several customers, it tasted like home. Well, the cafe was our home, and we had a teeny tiny apartment in the back, in which we all lived. My older sister, Talia, lived with my mother full-time at 16. Myself and Sienna lived with her father during the school year, until our mum could find a better place to live that suited 3 girls. We were excited to work and live in our restaurant. Yes, all of us worked that little cafe, as my mother could only run the restaurant and pay bills, not hire full-time staff on the payroll. Like I said, Kooskia was a tiny town, and once tourism left, we scraped by until the next season. As a 12-year-old girl might believe, it was great waiting tables. It actually was, as at the time I was a small blonde girl with gangly limbs and a quick smile. This kept the tips flowing, as little old people find children irresistible, and were incredibly generous. I saved my tips for various things a child wants, but mainly I stashed the money away to help pay for school supplies. My mother raised us to be able to take care of ourselves, and that earning your own money for things you wanted was rewarding. Our little apartment in the back was one open room, with 2 doors on opposite walls from each other and no windows. A narrow hallway led to a laundry room of sorts, with a stackable unit of washer and dryer, 2 huge freezers, and a linen cupboard. Another section was a ridiculously small bathroom, painted a Pepto pink, if I remember correctly. Next was the storage room, with our business/family computer, Windows 98 gateway, our bigger fridge, and a sort of walk-in freezer. Then one small step away, and you were in the kitchen of our eatery. Out back was a gated pen, in which we kept our family dog during restaurant hours. Reggie was just growing out of her puppy stage, with her 2 big ears and gangly legs. She was a wolf and German shepherd mix, and was starting to grow into all the muscles of the shepherd, while maintaining the look of a wolf. She was a pretty thing, all white, save for a patch of red that ran along her back and tail. She was bought for my older sister, but being a grand majority of wolf, she regarded us all as her pack. One particular day midsummer, we were all diligently working away, when a man came into the restaurant. My sister Sienna seated him in a booth and took off to grab a menu, water, and his cutlery. I was working that day as well, and something seemed a little off about this gentleman. All I remember about him is his dark, shaggy hair, his slumped posture, and more than a week's growth of uneven beard. She set his things down, politely smiled, and said she would be back in a jiff to take his order. My mother, who happened to be standing at the till, was eyeing this stranger with an unsettling intensity. My mum, in all the things she's done in her life, was a correctional officer at a prison for a number of years, and she instinctively knew how to spot trouble. She was very wary. As I walk by with an armful of dirty dishes, she squeezed my shoulder and told me to go take a break. We weren't particularly busy at the time, but it was quite odd of her to ask me to take a break so early in the day. I started to politely protest, but she squeezed my shoulder a little harder this time and looked me in the eyes with that "don't argue, child" look that you just don't argue with. So I shrugged, dropped my dishes off with Jasper, our dishwasher, hung up my apron, and went outside to check on Reggie. When I walked outside, I left the back door open, like I always do. She sat by the gate, fully at attention, with an anxious look in her eyes. I reached out to scratch her ears, which she normally loves. But today, she took this almost stoically, looking past me into the apartment, like she wanted to come inside. I couldn't do that during business hours unless it was raining, and we'd put up the baby gate on the threshold of the kitchen to keep her from trotting around. I talked to her for a minute or two, and turned to go back inside. She let out a whimpering growl, and tried to hop the chain-link gate after me. I shushed her, and told her to stay put, and she reluctantly obeyed the command. Being a clever dog, she would have opened the gate herself, but since she had done this in the past, we had clipped a chain around the gate latch with a padlock, and even if she was intelligent, she didn't have thumbs to turn a key. I closed the door, and she let out a pained howl, like she needed to come with me. I didn't wish to anger my mother by letting Reggie roam free in our eatery, so I firmly closed the door and made my way outside. 15 minutes was long enough of a break, and it was nearing noon. The lunch rush was coming. As I approached the kitchen, I heard a commotion. I froze on the threshold in mid-stride. Jasper had his back to me and looked extremely tense. This was completely abnormal. He was the sort of hippie type and was incredibly laid back. I glanced around him and saw the man from earlier standing in the middle of the seating area, screaming at my sister. He was red-faced and completely belligerent, waving his hands threateningly, spit flying everywhere as he loomed over my 13-year-old sister. In a flash, my mum was in between them, losing her calm establishment owner look. She had replaced this look seamlessly with the angry mother bear stance. Jasper and our oldest sibling, Talia, joined her as well, a wall of flesh blocking Sienna from danger. I watched, terrified, in silence. Talia was an intimidating 16-year-old. She often sparred with our mother and her fellow officers for defense training practice. She also played a variety of sports, and despite her short stature, she was pure muscle. The man continued screaming, making absolutely no sense as to what he was angry about. Quickly, my mother subdued the gentleman, twisting his arm behind his back and marching him outside, pushing him across the street to the gas station parking lot. He took a swing at her when she let go of his arm, and she subdued him yet again. I was scared for this man, belligerent as he was for even attempting to hurt my mother. If she lost her temper with him, things would get deadly. She didn't mess around with threats towards her children. He waved his hands in surrender, storming off down the street. I scampered away to the apartment before she spotted me, and quickly turned on the television, pretending to still be on my break. She came in looking incredibly calm. She scanned the apartment reflexively, her danger bells still going off. "Liza, we're closing for the afternoon. Come help break down." This was a command, not from my boss, but from my mother. These were two different people. I jumped up immediately and came out. Talia and Jasper stood together, looking ashen and drawn. Sienna was just barely calmed from hysterics. This is not an easy thing for her. She doesn't have the same temperament as my mother, Talia, and I. She is a very timid individual. We turned the signs, cleaned the grills, and set up for dinner. And my mum hung a sign on the door saying out till 5 p.m. Everyone went about their jobs in silence, save for the radio playing. It was an eerie calm. Mum sat in the corner booth with my sister, whose sobs had died down to hiccups as she explained the situation. It turns out she had gone to take his order and hadn't heard something he said. She politely begged his pardon and asked if he could please repeat what he had said. He just went ballistic from there, pushing her with such force that she nearly fell, then just stood there screeching at her. We all calmed ourselves eventually and reopened at 5 that night. Business resumed as usual until around dusk. I saw him stalking down the streets again. In this town, you can see the whole stretch of Main Street from beginning to end. I tugged on my mother's sleeve as she walked by me, and she turned to look out the window where I pointed. She stiffened as he approached the building. He didn't come in, he simply walked by, but he turned around immediately as my sister came by and looked at her. She froze and stared. His drawn, hungry face stared right at her. As he leered, he drew a filthy finger across his throat with a significant gesture at my sister. My mother wasted no time in calling the police immediately. The deputy, Carlos, responded as he knew my mother well, and they carted the man away. But since there is not a proper holding cell in the town, they had to let him go with a warning. If he came near our family or restaurant, he would be taken to jail. We didn't see him again for the remainder of business hours, and soon let it go. Things happen sometimes, and we figured he'd be gone. Night fell, and we went about our business with cleaning up and shutting down shop. At night, before we went to bed, one of us always had to take the dog on patrol, and we would walk with Reggie through the entire restaurant, opening every door so that she could look inside it. And I mean it when I say she insisted on checking out everything. We'd start in the apartment and work our way out, opening doors for her so that she could inspect. Tonight it was my turn, so I followed her as she checked under every table and booth, in the bathroom stalls, hallways, and the entire front lobby of the establishment. When she was satisfied with her inspection, she'd lay by the door to the apartment, and we'd reward her effort with a piece of deli meat, or the occasional hamburger patty if we had one left over. Then she'd pad off to the apartment and resume normal dog activity. We all went to bed around 10:30 to 11 that night. My mum and I shared a bed, while Talia had her own, and Sienna slept on the pull-out couch. During the summer, we left the doors open and latched the screen door, one on the top and one at the bottom. The top was a hook, and the bottom as a side latch. Like I said earlier, Reggie was a very clever dog and could figure out how to work things fast. So we doubled up on latches so she wouldn't go gallivanting around at night. We all quickly went to sleep, as we all generally woke up at 4:30 in the morning to start prepping for breakfast, when we opened at 5 a.m. Also, my mother was on Ambien for her sleeping issues, and she slept like a rock. Everything was fine, but I'd woken up a couple of times to Reggie letting out a hair-raising low growl of warning. I figured a cat was outside, as she did not get along well with them, so she was scaring them away from our door. I went back to sleep. What seemed to me like just minutes later, I jolt up out of bed to Reggie standing in the middle of the room, fur standing on end. I got up just as my older sister rose from her bed to inspect the problem. It was hard to see, as the back alley had no street lights and the room was dark. Talia took a step away from her bed and Reggie went ballistic. All in that same moment, as I sat watching from bed confused, she let out a snarl that chills me to this day, fangs bared. I had never seen Reggie act this way before. She was always docile and gentle. Talia calmly approaches her and whispers, "Reggie, what's the matter with you?" in a hushed voice. My mother and other sister are stirring by this time, and my mother is fighting her Ambien awake. As soon as she says something, I hear a man curse under his breath. Shit, as if frustrated by the progress of something. Reggie no longer holds back and flies into what I could accurately describe as the scariest thing I've ever seen in my 20 years of life, and lunges full bore at the screen door. She's barking ferociously, snarling and emanating noises that sounded like someone loosened Cerberus, their hellhound, in our living space. She ripped through the screen in her rage, forcing the upper half through the mesh like it was paper. Now I heard him clearly cursing and screaming at our dog. Everyone was awake now, scrambling for lights and yelling at each other in confusion. Reg was caught by the midsection in the screen and struggled so hard to break free she knocked one of the hinges loose. I heard a snapping noise like a bear trap on bone and the man scream. This set our docile family pet into a frothing frenzy. She would kill him, even if she had to drag the whole door with her to get him. I heard something drop, and the man cursing as he struggled to break free from the jaws of the fierce beast that was our Reggie. My mother reached the door in slow motion, kicking it open and simultaneously cocking her pistol and taking aim. Somehow she'd managed to grab Reggie's collar and yank her back and pass her off to my sister, who dragged her into the hallway and locked the door. I heard Reggie's outraged howl come immediately after Talia locked her in, and it both frightened and comforted me at the same time. The man was gone into the black of night, and my mum closed both apartment doors, locking them. She proceeded to the front of the cafe to call the police. In the morning light, we inspected the door's damage. The man from earlier in the day had come back for his revenge, and was wielding an intimidating-looking knife. In his struggle with Reggie, he dropped it on the welcome mat. He'd been trying to jimmy the pin from the screen hinges out of the hinging mechanism, and that sound was what alerted the dog. The police canvassed the neighborhood in the early light and found a trail of blood from our back door heading a couple of blocks west until it slowly grew to nothing. Police speculated the man was in a crouching position when Reggie busted through the screen door and had probably bitten him in the shoulder or arm region. They kept a watch out for our would-be attacker, and they never found him. If we didn't have her, I'm sure we wouldn't be alive to this day. Sadly, when my sister married, She took Reggie with her to live out of town. She got out one day, and a hunter mistook her for an actual wolf and shot her illegally. She was one of the best dogs we've ever had, and I owe her my life. I only wish she would have lived a happy, full life like the one she deserved, and got to live to watch over my nieces and nephews. Rest in peace, Regina. We love you. I've had more than my fair share of creepy encounters, but this one was particularly dramatic. One where I really did feel my life was in danger. I was on holiday visiting family in South Asia. Having been born and brought up in England, a lot of things over there are quite foreign to me. We, my parents and I, were staying at my uncle's apartment. My aunt and uncle were at work, and my parents had gone away for a day trip to visit relatives in a neighbouring town, leaving me at home with my two cousins, Hamish and Adam. Adam was 8 years old at the time, and Hamish was 3, and I was about 13. Adam and Hamish always argued about everything. If one wanted a particular cereal for breakfast, an argument would break out over breakfast choices. Adam is stupid for wanting Cocoa Pops. My Shreddies are so much better. I'm not even going to sit here and eat while he eats. Anyway, that sort of stuff. While playing with a toy, let's make the doll swim in the lake. No, it's not a lake, it's the sea. And so on and so forth. I was very used to them disagreeing and squabbling, and couldn't remember any time when they were in harmony, especially over playtime. This might seem like a digression, but it's relevant to this story. On this particular day, Hamish was in the living room, building a Lego boat he had been working on for a few days now. Adam had gone outside to play with his friends on the street. He'd left the door slightly ajar so that he could come and go. It was a hot and humid day as usual, so I went to take a shower and was sitting in my room drying my hair, when Hamish came running in tears. "Tashina, my boat, it's broken." "What?" "My Lego boat, someone stepped on it and broke it." "Oh." He grasped my hand and led me to the living room where the boat was snapped. He was upset. It had been his pride and joy, and so I commiserated and reassured him that not all hope was lost and that it shouldn't take too long to fix. I thought he must have broken it himself by accident, perhaps stepping on it and not realizing he had been working on the floor with the boat sitting in the living room rug. With Hamish finally placated and back to work on his boat, I returned to my room, and a few minutes passed without incident. I could hear Hamish moving around, and I heard Adam come back inside and go to the living room. I got a book and curled up on the bed. It was a lazy, drowsy sort of day. And then all of it was shattered. Adam and Hamish came charging into my room and was tripping over each other, screaming my name. Hamish ran to me, and Adam paused to slam on the bedroom door to close it behind him. "There's a man in our living room. He's wearing a mask, and he had a knife. He must have been the one who broke my boat." "Wait, what?" I look at the pair of ashen faces, completely solemn. "Are you playing some sort of game?" "No, he's wearing a horrible, scary mask, and he has a knife." If they were play acting, and if this was some sort of pretend game. "Where is he?" "In the living room," Adam said, pointing. "He's wearing a mask?" "Yes, like a Halloween mask with a big scary smile on it." "Smile showing teeth," said Hamish, nodding along furiously. "And a knife," said Adam. "A big knife," said Hamish. They looked entirely serious and terrified, looking at me with their upturned, earnest and pleading faces. I think more than anything, It was the fact that they agreed upon the description of this man and what he was carrying that really cemented upon me that they were telling the truth. If this had been some sort of pretend game, they would have disagreed by now, trying to outdo each other in what he was wearing or perhaps the weapon he was carrying. Instinctively, I went to the door. I wasn't sure why or to achieve what purpose. I still wasn't scared. I knew they were telling the truth. But could there be an innocent explanation? They were overexcitable kids. My hand went to the door handle. "No," said Adam in a hiss, as they both came running towards me, their hands clawing at me. "Don't go there." Wait. Okay. Let me get this straight. He was in the living room. They nodded. What was he doing? How did you manage to escape? Did he threaten you? "I was sitting on the sofa watching TV," said Adam. "Hamish was on the floor with his boat. The man came in and we saw the knife." "What happened then? Was he pointing it at you?" "No, it was just in his hand. As soon as we saw him, we ran and came to you." The living room has two doors. One that leads to a corridor that basically snakes around the front of the building, and the other one that leads to a corridor to the inside of the apartment. The boys had taken this latter doorway with a man presumably standing by the first one. This story did indeed make sense. It had come so suddenly and was taking me a while to actually process the seriousness of what they were telling me, that there was an intruder inside the apartment with a knife, and I was the oldest, so I was in charge. They had to come to me for protection. Oh God, what to do? Okay, let's not panic. We need to call the cops. Mobiles were still uncommon in this era. The only phone in the apartment was the landline, and luckily it was right outside my room. It was on the table in the corridor facing the door to my room. However, it wasn't a cordless phone, so if the cord was long enough, I might be able to grab the whole thing and pull it inside and close the door. I rehearsed it in my mind. I need to get the phone so we can call the police. "No, the man will get you," said Hamish, clinging at my arm. "He might be in the corridor," said Adam. We were all slightly whispering. "Well, we can check," I said, my hand going for the handle. "No," hissed Adam, as he grabbed my hand, insisting it was dangerous. And I told them I'd just take a peek. Adam, eventually, and reluctantly agreed. I turned the handle slowly, and my stomach felt tight as I did so. The tension of the boys standing next to me didn't help the matters. When it was slightly ajar, I pressed my face into the gap and looked around. The corridor was dark and empty. "Okay," I said, turning to face the boys. "There's no one there. I'm going to sneak out and grab the phone and come back, okay? As soon as I get back in with the phone, you close the door behind me. It's only a few steps to the phone. It'll just take a few seconds, don't worry." Adam was a mess, wringing his hands, pleading with me not to go. Hamish stood stoic, nodding, and I pulled the door open further and stepped out. Hamish and Adam crowded into the space I had just vacated, peering out the doorway to watch me. As I stepped outside into the empty, quiet corridor, I began to feel silly. Could this just be the boys' active imagination? Had they seen something on TV and become convinced it was real? Maybe I was just being stupid. Maybe there was no one there, and I was feeling much calmer and incredulous about the whole situation. Still, it was possible, but better to be safe than sorry. I would take the phone inside and call my uncle to come home. I stepped up to the table, took the phone, quickly assessing it, and tugged on the cord that plugged it into the wall. Yes, it should be long enough to take inside. I picked the whole thing up and looked up. He was standing there wearing a clown-like grinning mask, knife in hand. I don't think I need to tell you it was the most stomach-dropping, terrifying moment. The shock and fright felt like something had just smacked me in the face. I couldn't scream. I dropped the phone and just leapt back to the door, slamming it into Adam and Hamish as I did so. All three of us banged the door shut. Adam and Hamish stood leaning against the door, and I dragged my bed in an adrenaline-fueled frenzy. There was no lock on the door. Would the bed be strong and heavy enough to hold it? I began piling everything I could onto the bed to make it even heavier. Adam and Hamish wordlessly joined in. The books on the bookshelf, all my bags, my suitcase, my clothes, the clock, everything. And then we all sat down on the bed, clambering onto it, leaning against the upper part of the door to make sure it wouldn't open. Now that we were all still, we could just look at each other. Adam began to cry. He was bawling in a thin, whiny voice. "Oh my God, we're gonna die," he wailed. No, we're not gonna die," I said, though my heart was still pounding painfully against my chest, and I felt like I was gonna be sick. Hamish was just sitting quietly next to me, his little hands folded across his chest. "We're gonna die," Adam said again. I told them to calm down. I thought about what we could do. We couldn't stay here forever. We could just wait until he leaves. I don't think I'll ever forget the image. Little Hamish, 3 years old, sitting next to me looking solemn, his legs out in front of him, clad in those little jeans, with his hands clasped in his lap, his back leaning against the door, and Adam on the other side of me, his knees pulled up to his chest, tears streaming down his face, making whimpering noises. All of us in a row barricaded against the door, and we could hear footsteps in the corridor occasionally. The time pressed on, but our tension didn't wane. With every passing second, we expected to hear a thud on the door, and the man trying to get in. Thankfully, it didn't happen. We eventually heard my aunt come in talking in the corridor, wondering where we were and calling us. It was amazing, but there was a tinge of dread in case the man was still in the apartment, in case he might attack her. Hastily running outside, we told her what happened and searched the place, emboldened by the presence of an adult, but there was no sight of the man. The frustrating thing was, though my uncle and aunt, when they got home from work, didn't believe us at all, she thought we were flat out lying for entertainment, which I found particularly undermining, given that at 12 years old, and mature enough for my age, I would never make something up as serious as that. First she laughed and rolled her eyes, waving us away when we persisted and repeated, insisting it did really happen and that we were telling the truth. She eventually grew tired and told us to stop. I still find it astonishing how lightly they can take the complaints of children. We were shaken up for the rest of the day and feeling very indignant and having been just shooed away after something so terrifying had happened. When my parents got back, we told them, and it was some solace that they did indeed take us seriously. They knew that it was completely out of character for me to dream up or lie about something like that. My aunt and uncle, however, still didn't agree. Later in the evening, after we were getting ready to go out to dinner, we heard my aunt cry out in surprise, and my uncle rushed to see what happened. It turns out all of her jewellery was gone, and that was when they finally did indeed believe that we had been telling the truth, and there was an intruder. I grew up in an extremely small town in Texas until the age of 13. Where all the childhood memories I have are from. My dad lived in Austin and picked me up every other weekend, holidays, and during the summer. So I knew there was another world out there. But this was my home. This is what I was familiar with. As you can imagine in a small town, we're talking 393 people population. everyone knows everything about everyone. There was plenty of petty crime, like drug use and the occasional peeping Tom, but that person was known to the public by everyone in the town, and they soon left after the event. You got away with nothing if someone else knew about it. Let me mention, because this small town was surrounded by larger towns, we were hardly even considered a school district. K-12th grade in one school, barely 1A, and if you're from Texas, you know what I mean. We didn't even have a real stoplight, and to this day, I don't even know if they do now. One gas station that was closed half the time, and no grocery store. So this town had a voluntary fire department, but no police. That's right, none. You'd call and get the next town's police, which were in the same county. So they considered themselves our police, but were located 20 miles away. 20 miles to drive to an emergency call. So, in my late childhood, when I was around 10, we heard about this handyman named Kyle. Middle-aged big guy who everyone worked with and had inappropriately touched a couple of kids in the town. One of them being my next-door neighbor, a teenage girl whose dad considered Kyle his brother. We all knew what he looked like and felt some type of shame for being so naive and nice, because everyone had met or knew him and thought nothing negative. Even felt safety around him at one point. Those two occasions happened over a year's time, and we hadn't seen her around since the news came out and the kids came forward. He creeped us out, and every adult in town shunned him. Adios, Kyle. So flash forward 3 years. I am in 6th grade, and one of my schoolmates' parents have asked my mother if their 2 daughters can stay on a school night, because they had to go to court very early in the morning and needed to prepare. It was no problem, as my mum was a single parent and very understanding. My mum is a very sweet and understanding person, with hardly any boundaries, because she's so understanding, which gets her into trouble but is also very nice to have in a parent. We played outside in the neighborhood most of the day, and came back to set up my room for 3 beds, and my mum would be getting dinner ready. When we got back, we noticed my mum seemed like she was going somewhere, and had left to come back, which was unusual, because there really wasn't anywhere to go. But then I noticed she was drunk, heavily drunk. How long had we been gone? The sun just went down, maybe 2 hours. A little backstory. My mum is tiny, 5'1", 120 pounds. She never drank in my childhood, and when she did it was extremely noticeable. Glassy eyes, slurring, wandering eyes, anger, lying, making no sense, but I could only name a handful of times that happened, and when it did, she had 1 beer. Anytime I saw her with this beer, I would get mad, because I knew she wouldn't be normal. She rarely did this, so I remember almost every tantrum I threw. That's why this wasted behavior made no sense to me, because I knew it was the alcohol. I was immediately embarrassed. My poor friends had to see this mess. I herded them straight to my room, where we got ready for our school day the next morning, and tucked ourselves in without any dinner. I knew they must be hungry, so I sat there wide awake, thinking about what we could make the next morning to make up for it. The only light in the room was glowing from the doorframe that faced the kitchen. I guessed my mum must be in there. We'd all heard she was shuffling around. Then my friend shook my leg. She said, "Zoe, did you hear that man?" I lay there frozen. Worry hit the pit of my stomach, and I quickly remembered that I hadn't heard my mother in over an hour. Had she left after we arrived? Did she drive her car that drunk? Is she back? I listened closely, ears ringing from being so alert. Then I heard a woman's laugh, trying to be quiet, but obviously failing, like a teenage girl sneaking around the house from her parents. Yep, it was my mum, but the male's voice who came after is what threw a lump in my throat. It was so familiar, and I listened even closer. Then, the next sentence I heard sent my full body into a tingle. My head went hot, and I could even hear my heartbeat. I even felt it in my ears. The man said, "So there's 3 of them there? She's having a sleepover?" I jumped out of my bed and leapt into my bedroom door, telling my friends to stay there. I crept out into the hallway and grabbed the house phone from the stand. I turned to the kitchen and took a deep breath before I ran full force into the middle of them, physically pushing my mum behind me and in between the 2 of us. It was Kyle. I stared him in the face and screamed in the only voice my 13-year-old body could muster. "Get out of my house!" He stumbled back, surprised and obviously drunk himself. My mum came full force behind me, pulling me back, but luckily at this age I was 5'5" already and easily her weight. I had her taken. Other than stumble, she hadn't moved. I stared at him right in the face and dialed 911. And before I hit talk, I screamed again, "Get out of my house now, or I call the cops." My friend's parents are already on their way, which they weren't, but that's all I could think of. See, all I could think about was the fact that my mum was on the edge of blackout/passing out, which I could tell by the way she could hardly keep her eyes open and couldn't stand upright, and there was this town-known child molester in my kitchen who knows there are 3 early teenage girls in the next room sleeping. I was not about to let this guy be here if my mum passed out and we're left alone. He stared at me for a second, and I instinctively hit talk. We all heard the phone ring, and once he took me seriously, he ran off. I knew my mum was about to rage, so I ran after him, but towards the bathroom and locked myself in. The house was less than 800 square feet, so I saw him run out the front door as I made it to the bathroom in under 5 seconds. I told the operator the situation while shaking and crying, pleading with her to send help. I wasn't thinking of the trouble my mother would get in. I just wanted help and to keep my friends safe. I had no idea if he would return. The operator said help was on its way, but disconnected. They took 3 hours to arrive, and my friend's parents were already there trying to talk to my mum. The rest of the evening was horrendous while we waited for their parents. I think they eventually caught him for crime in another town, but I have no idea where he came from that night or why my mum picked him up. My mother could not recall the night because she was so intoxicated at the time. This night, unfortunately, was the kickoff of a 3-year blackout my mum had from alcoholism. It wasn't there, then one day it was, and it tore my family apart. My mum lost 3 years of her life, and those are 3 years I wish I had never had to live through, but it made us who we are today, and I wouldn't change that for the world. This was one of many scary situations my mother put me through, but I think bucking up to someone that vile at 12 was probably the one thing I'll always remember. So Kyle, I hope you're somewhere in prison and that we never meet. I am currently a 29-year-old female, and this took place when I was 14. I had just started 8th grade. I grew up in Southeast Texas. And, as I'm sure many of you all know, fall is still very much a part of hurricane season. It was a Friday night, and it was just me and my mum at home. My dad was out of town for work. I originally had plans to go spend the night at a friend's house, but there was a tropical storm coming, and my mum decided last minute that she would rather have me home that night. I was pissed. Tropical storms weren't normally looked at too seriously. I honestly felt like she was overreacting. Of course, this was my I'm 14 and therefore so grown up mentality at work. My mum did feel bad, and so we rented a bunch of movies and ordered a pizza and got a bunch of ice cream for a great night in. My parents' bedroom was on the opposite end of the house from mine. This is an important detail for later. We lived in a split-level house. The house I grew up in was built in the 1950s and was a postmodern style. Think Frank Lloyd Wright. The entire back part of the house was all floor-to-ceiling windows, about 8 to 9 feet tall. Think of just a huge wall of glass. The whole house was an open floor plan, so the kitchen was the first defined room with walls on the first floor, and my bedroom was directly off from the kitchen, while my parents' room was at the top of the stairs. This was a modern-style house, and is a bit hard to describe at times, but I hope you can visualize it. She had gone to bed at around 10 p.m, and I went into my room to watch 2 movies that I had rented for just myself. The storm was really starting to kick into high gear, and the wind was picking up, and it was raining sideways. I was in the middle of watching The New Guy, and I still remember looking at my clock. It said 12:53 a.m. I was getting tired and could feel my eyes getting heavy. With the weather so bad, I remember thinking that maybe it wasn't so bad I had to miss the sleepover. I must have dozed off, because the next thing I remember is a huge crash. It was one of the big windows in either of the dining room or living room. Our neighborhood was in a really wooded area. Then I thought that a tree or branch had fallen in the storm and had broken the window. I left my room and went out through the kitchen. Right as I was approaching the doorway from the kitchen to the dining room, I could see my mum coming down the stairs. I saw a man standing in our dining room, covered in broken glass and blood. Due to where he was standing, I couldn't get to my mum. He was young, early 20s, and was soaking wet and had no shoes on. He had literally run through our window. He was bleeding all over, had glass sticking out of him, and was standing barefoot on a bunch of broken glass. It took him a second to register both me and my mum. But when he did, he immediately launched into an explanation of how he was being chased by someone who wanted to kill him, and we needed to call the cops. My still fairly innocent 14-year-old brain didn't doubt this at all, but my mother was eyeing him suspiciously. We move into the kitchen, and my mother grabs her purse and my arm to keep me close. I had grabbed a kitchen towel to try and help his bleeding. My mum pulls out her cell phone and starts calling our neighborhood patrol. I notice this, so on our landline I call 911. We both finish our calls and adjust waiting. The guy couldn't sit still, and kept getting up and looking through our kitchen windows and pacing back and forth. He didn't seem to notice that he was cut up and bleeding everywhere. He starts muttering under his breath. What happened next happened really fast, and became blurry a bit. But the doorbell rings. It was the neighborhood patrol that our mother had called. The doorbell sent the guy into a panic. He jumps up and suddenly grabbed a hold of me. He has me in a chokehold, and my mother is now screaming to please let me go. He starts looking around all frantic, and is pulling through the dining room and living room towards the stairs. At some point the bell rings again. My mum is following, still begging to let me go. He has me at the stairs, and my mum has the choice now to just go to the front door and open it, or follow him up the stairs. She runs for the door just as he pulls me up the last of the stairs. I hear our alarms start blaring. Normally we arm it at night, so you would need to type in the code before opening a door. He pulls me into my parents' room, but as soon as we get into the room, he drops me and starts to freak out. It was apparently all the lights. He starts smashing lamps, trying to get all the lights off, screaming that they're burning him. There's a small garden off my parents' bedroom, and they have garden lights that they turn on at night. He takes a chair and throws it at the glass, trying to smash it so that he can get to those lights. At least, that's what it looks like. I had crawled to a corner to get away from him at that point, when he completely turns away from me to grab another chair. I make my run for it. I run down the stairs, and the cops had made it into the house at this point, and were at the bottom of the stairs with their guns drawn. One of them grabs my arm and pulls me out of the way once I reach the bottom, and takes me outside to an ambulance and my mother. The adrenaline is coming down, and it hits me what happened, and I start shaking, and can suddenly feel pain around my throat from where he'd been holding me in a chokehold. There's a lot of yelling and screaming from inside, and maybe 10 minutes later, the cops come out with a guy in handcuffs. He sees me and tries lunging at me, which is terrifying. I had a bruised windpipe but was otherwise okay. I later learned that the guy was a 20-year-old chemistry major from one of the universities in town, together with some friends that are also chemistry students. They had made their own PCP. He had never tried PCP before, and therefore had a bad reaction. They'd been driving to get some food when he first started acting paranoid and upset, and then, at the drive-thru, insisted they let him out and took off. Thinking you're being chased is a common hallucination to have when you start having a bad trip on PCP. Light sensitivity is also a common side effect in general for being high on it. But he wasn't a bad kid. He'd never been in trouble before and was a good student, and pretty much the last person you'd think of would do something like this. Our house was the only one on our street that wasn't completely fenced off, and that's how he was able to reach the back and those windows. When I got older, it hit me just how easy it is to become that kid. I had friends who wound up becoming chemistry majors, and also DIY'd some of their own drugs. Thankfully, the night didn't end up worse, because it definitely could have gone in an entirely different direction. It happened in my bedroom, at the age of 10. I always had trouble sleeping, and spent most nights tossing and turning. I was a horror film fanatic as a child, and being scared was something I didn't have much experience with. I was not afraid of the dark, nor was I easily swayed by strange sounds or odd encounters. I did, however, know when to haul ass out of a situation, or to find a trusted adult. I always slept with my closet door open, which will come to be of some significance later in the story. I should also mention that my family home was in a heavily wooded area, in what some may refer to as the middle of nowhere. One night at around 1 a.m, I awoke to a sound coming from underneath my bed. It sounded like one of my cats was scratching themselves with one of their feet, or doing something to cause a thumping beneath me. I had heard that same sound many times before, and its source had always been one of my fuzzy friends. So this time, I didn't look. I closed my eyes and tried to resume my slumber. I turned over onto my left side, which left me facing the wall against which my bed was pressed. I heard the sound again, and thinking that my kitty was directly beneath me, I said, "Good night," and I was able to fall asleep once again. The next time I awoke, it was to a surreal and shocking experience. The sheet and comforter of my bed were no longer covering me. I saw a man standing over my bed, poking me with his finger, and the way in which he did so was truly horrifying. It was not the way a child would poke a friend in jest. It was as if he was touching another human being for the first time, exploring the sensation of the tip of his index finger jabbing at flesh. What I saw was so unbelievable, so impossibly strange, that I believed I was dreaming. I tried desperately to awake from my nightmare to no avail. The poking continued. He poked at my chest, my belly, my legs and arms, paralyzed and scared shitless. I yelled, "Wake up!" And with this the man threw himself to the floor and closed his eyes, as if he was trying to lead me to believe that he was asleep or dead. I have no idea. It was at this time I realized I could not have been dreaming. I somehow found the ability to move, and I jumped from the top of my bed over the man lying on the floor and ran to my parents' room. When I got to their bedroom door, something came over me. I told myself that this was all impossible. There was no way that a person could have entered our home without breaking in, as we had always kept every door and window locked at night. I'd seen many strange things in my home whilst either falling asleep or waking up. By the third or fourth time, after speaking to my mum or dad about it, I knew it was my mind playing tricks on me. Plush toys did not have the ability to turn and whisper into each other's ear. Don't ask why. I have no explanations to offer for you. But I turned away from my parents' bedroom door and decided to hastily check the house for break-ins. What I found was nothing out of the ordinary. No broken windows or locks. No busted doors. Nothing. I assured myself that I had to have been dreaming or hallucinating, and blamed my obsession with horror for this. I made my way down the long, dark and narrow hallway to my bedroom. I peeked inside and saw no one. I turned on the light, got down on the floor just outside the doorway, and looked under the bed. Nothing. I proceeded to check both of my windows for signs of a break-in, which were not present. Both windows were closed and locked. I knew it. I was totally seeing things. I crawled back into bed and decided to just watch some TV in order to calm myself down and distracted from thoughts of the scary as hell dream/hallucination I had just witnessed. I turned on the TV, flipped to a channel with a seemingly boring program, as this always helped me become sleepy, and put the remote control by my bedside table. I was laying on my right side, facing away from the wall that I mentioned previously. As I laid there, my eyes began to adjust to the dark room, with the faint light from the TV screen. Just beyond the TV, I saw something that made my heart sink into the pit of my stomach. Inside my closet, with one of the doors now slightly closed, I saw the man standing perfectly still facing the wall, hiding, waiting for me to fall asleep. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. I sat and stared at the man in my closet for what seemed like minutes, but was likely only a few seconds. I quietly got out of bed, hoping that the man wouldn't notice, and that my dad could catch him hiding in the closet. I once again made my way to my parents' bedroom door, still remaining as quiet as possible, and went inside. I shook my mum and dad at the same time, and when they awoke I just said, "Shh, don't make any sounds. There's someone in my closet." Both my parents just jumped up and said, "What?" I repeated myself and asked them to call 911. My mother immediately picked up the phone. Neither of my parents doubted my claim, as I had always been honest and forthright. They both knew there was no way that I was making this up, or that I was mistaken. I'm sure the look I must have had on my face made it clear that this was really happening. My dad told my mum and I that he was going to look, and urged us to stay in their room and lock the door. So we did. At this point I was beyond scared. I didn't know what the man was capable of, whether he had a weapon, or whether my dad was safe. I just stood in the room with my mother and cried. After what felt like hours, my dad knocked on the door and told me it was him, and that it was okay to open the door. My mum unlocked the door and let my dad inside. I said something to the effect of, "Did you get him?" And my dad looked at me with the most unsettling and confused look imaginable. "There's no one there," he said. I assured him that there was indeed a man in my room, and that he had been poking me. My dad said that he had just checked every inch of the house and found no one. He had also checked the doors and windows, just as I had done. Then it hit me. He must have a key. As soon as I said this, my parents looked at each other in absolute terror. Our nearest neighbour, a trusted and beloved friend who we considered family, was in possession of a key to our house, and she had regularly babysat me since I was a toddler. She was the only person outside of my immediate family with a key to our home. Soon after this revelation, the police arrived, took statements, checked around our property, and left. None of us got any sleep that night. The next day, my dad went to my neighbour's house and asked if she knew where her key to our house was. She said yes, and when she went to show him, she saw that the key was missing. Her home had no signs of a break-in, and she had always kept her doors and windows locked. My parents had all of the locks on our doors changed, and opted to never again give anyone a key, except in the wake of an emergency. I never discovered the identity of the man that lurked in my bedroom that night. The event left me traumatized, and it took a long time for me to accept what had happened and move on. My sleeping trouble turned into full-on insomnia, and for about a decade I was unable to sleep without a light on. It has been 20 years since that night, and apart from my parents, I have never told a soul about it until now. I've actually found that sharing this is cathartic, and I'm glad I have stumbled across these forums. My heart goes out to anyone who has suffered a trauma in their lives, and I hope that you are all able to find peace within yourselves. For context, my dad grew up with this man called Bruce and considered him one of his best friends. Bruce was diagnosed with bipolar disorder in his late teens, and my dad being the kind and caring soul that he is, stepped in to be his guardian. I say that lightly. I mean, he always helped Bruce out when he was going through an episode. Growing up, Bruce was always around. I saw him as another father figure in my life. He lived in a small town 2 hours away from my city, where we also had a holiday home, so he was constantly coming up to stay at ours. He was kind, calm, and patient, as well as being an amazing artist. Almost yearly, Bruce went through phases of refusing to take his medication. This then triggered an intense manic episode, some of which I have witnessed, and are frightening to see for a young child who only knew this person as quiet and calm. He would do and say things far beyond his control, and couldn't quite grasp reality. And that unfortunately is where it begins. I was 12 years old when this happened, so it was around 10 years ago, but still feels fresh in my mind. Every summer, my family and I would take a trip down to our beach house, which was Bruce's town. Our little house was a one-room unit, where us kids would usually sleep in the lounge, but for Christmas, our parents brought a massive 3-person tent for us to sleep on the front lawn. So while my parents slept up in the house, we got the tent. A week before my dad had to drive back up for work, he got a strange call from Bruce, although at the time, I didn't know what it was about. I could see the concerned look on my dad's face as he told Bruce, "No, I won't do that." After further arguing, my dad hung up and murmured to my mum about something. "I'll sort it out," and my dad left. I asked what was wrong because my mum's expression turned into worry. She shrugged it off and told me not to concern myself, and that was that. Later that night, I heard from my mum talking to my auntie that Bruce was refusing to take his medication unless my dad withdrew money. From what I know, my dad's in charge of Bruce's finances and his bank account because Bruce has a meth problem. Bruce has a son who is trying to stay clean from it, and after Bruce tried and failed to get his son to buy him some meth, he turned to my dad, who also refused. I totally get it. He's an adult and can make his own choices, but my dad didn't want to enable his drug problem. My dad stepped into being a guardian of Bruce, so that's his job. This is where everything goes sour. Bruce started threatening to stop taking his medication ever again, and that he hadn't been for weeks. And then he started threatening to harm my brothers and I. He said to my parents, "They trust me. It would be easy." My mum freaks out and tells him that she's calling the cops. The police arrived at his house to see the whole property was empty. He had fled and was hiding somewhere that made everyone uneasy. Nothing really happened in the next coming weeks, and it was time for my dad to drive back up to the city for work. Mum felt okay staying down with us, and of course the 3 kids were oblivious to all the commotion that was going on. So we were too. Everything is good for the first few nights. Dad's gone, and that's when it starts going downhill. It's around 3:30 a.m. My brothers and I are sound asleep in the tent. My mum up in the house is also fast asleep when she wakes up to a booming of texts from Bruce. They're all blank, but since this is the first time hearing from Bruce since he threatened her kids, my mum is now wide awake and in full-blown panic mode. Bruce rings her, and she answers. He doesn't reply, instead breathes heavily on the phone for 10 seconds before hanging up. The second time is the same. Mum asks where he is, but he hangs up on her. He rings for the 3rd time, saying, back deck before hanging up. My mum hears a loud bang from the back of the house and quickly calls the police. The only way to the back of the house is by going through the front lawn, where my brothers and I were sleeping. I don't remember much, except being shaken awake by my dad's best friend, who my mum called in tears, and coming into the house to see 3 police officers standing around. My brothers and I were now wide awake because we were curious as to everything going on. And then this happened. My dad came back down for us with the news. Bruce's son had come up to him in the city to apologize and confess that he was told to come to end the life of our family in exchange for a large sum of money. My dad was in shock and rushed back down. Bruce was back in hiding again. My mum let everyone who knew him and was close to him know what happened, and if he did come to them, was to let the police know who will immediately detain him, as he was considered dangerous and mentally unstable. The crappiest thing was one of her supposedly best friends who knew him let him stay at hers instead of calling the authorities. Side note, they have only started talking again recently after my mum forgave her. As the summer started to wind down, we returned to the city to find a few terrifying things. My mum and dad came home to one of their bathroom windows smashed and dirty footprints everywhere. For some reason, nothing out of the ordinary had happened until my older brother, an avid cockatiel lover, went out to check our aviary birds to find they were all missing. Not one was there, and we assumed they must have escaped and flown away, until Dad got a nasty surprise opening our barbecue to see that all 10 of them had been cooked alive. My parents can't prove it was him, but after all that has happened in regards to Bruce, it probably was, especially after finding out what Mum's friend did. To make matters worse, our neighbor heard and saw what was going on when we were broken into, but didn't bother to ring the police or even let us and my parents know. We were furious. She made an awful excuse about being home alone and never having witnessed something like this. So, to Bruce, a man I knew was another father figure in my life. You may have bipolar disorder, and you can't help that. But after what you put my family and I through, I hope we never meet again. I live with my family in an extremely old house in the British countryside. For some background, it's your typical old English farmhouse. There's a big front door in the middle, and to your left you have your kitchen, and to your right your family room, with all the bedrooms upstairs. It was quite a nice space, and we had other buildings surrounding us that had been converted into spaces for us to use as children, that used to house pigs and other animals. However, those had been moved further afield, so that we could enjoy our privacy and not have to worry about any animals while we were just focusing at home. That's besides the point though. This happened about 15 years ago, when I still lived with my family. I was the eldest of 4 girls, and we were all very content to sleep one night. It was your standard evening. All of us had gone to bed, and my parents were probably downstairs watching TV. I'm quite a light sleeper, and would always hear when they came up the stairs, and just like every night, I did this time as well. I found it a bit harder to go to sleep than usual. Something was pressing on my mind, so I told myself I needed to go grab a drink of water. I always made sure to go down the stairs carefully. Being a very old house, creaks are prevalent, and you have to know where to step exactly in order to make minimal to no sound. I got downstairs and just stared into the darkness through the kitchen window, while slowly taking sips of my water contemplating and thinking about what I had to do tomorrow at school. I'm being very absent-minded, and I'm not really super tired, so I was just waiting for the water to hopefully make me feel a bit full, and like I needed to go back to sleep. Just as I'm staring out though, do I notice something? It's also worth mentioning at this point that no lights were on in the house, as we try to be as energy efficient as possible, and it was a fairly bright moon outside, so it wasn't necessary in order for me to see where I was going in the kitchen. I see a figure begin to approach from the garden. Now, I also need to point out, we live in the middle of nowhere, with no other houses around. I think the closest might be about a mile away, so very isolated. We don't get along well with our neighbours, if you can even call them neighbours at that distance, so it was unlikely to be them. This person is making their way with haste towards the house, and I wonder what they want. I wait to see if they're even going to come to the house, or go up our driveway into the road, before I make a decision to wake up my mum, because I know she'll be pissed. I stand there in the dark, and the person arrives at the door, studying it, and walks around the house a little, looking at the windows and looking at the back door. He can't see me. At least I don't think he can. He hasn't noticed me at all. I didn't think I was standing somewhere particularly dark, and yet here I am completely unnoticed. I don't really know what to do. Then he comes back around to the front door, and he pulls something off his back. It's black, shiny, and he starts wedging it in. At that moment it all clicks. It's a crowbar, but I can't move. I'm frozen to my spot. He makes quick work of the door, gets in, and even though it's made a fair amount of noise, none of my family have woken up or done anything about it. He goes into the hallway, and I can no longer see him, and am paralyzed with fear, whether to shout for them to wake up, whether to run and hide in a safe spot and hope that he doesn't venture upstairs, or to do something reckless and announce my presence in the hopes that I scare him off. I choose option 4 and remain glued to the ground, paralyzed with fear and unable to move. Just as I start to get brave, I think the best thing to do would be to let him know I'm there and to hopefully scare him off. We have all of our kitchen knives in holders, so I just grab 2 that are conveniently in the slots and start approaching the door silently. I could see that he's made his way into our lounge, so I start approaching it ever so quietly, making sure to step where the creaks won't be heard, in order to jump scare him, in the hopes that he leaves out of fear. I get right to the door and hide next to the wall, waiting for the opportune moment. He's currently looking under the sofa and around our bookshelves, in hopes to find something valuable, I suppose. I stand there, panic-stricken, waiting for the right moment, when I see something that I can't explain. He's looking underneath the sofa. If he would have turned his head any more, he would have probably seen me, when a book flies off the shelf and lands to the floor with a thud. He visibly jumps, turns around, and another book flies off the shelf and lands on the floor. I wasn't really sure what I was seeing. Not only was there a strange man in my house, but now books are flying off the shelves too? One more book comes down and lands right between his legs. It's not before long that he grabs his bag and runs as quickly as he can out of the house. I don't even think he noticed me as he left, as I took a few steps back in anticipation for him leaving. He runs out, and the loud stomping woke up my mum. She comes bolting down, shotgun in hand, ready to shout at someone. She sees the open door, and in the moonlight, someone running through the field. She turns to me, turns to the man, and congratulates me on scaring him off, and asks what happened. I explain how I saw him coming, was frightened, then he made entry, and when he was just looking around our lounge, did books start flinging themselves from the bookshelf, and that scared him off without me even having to announce my presence. My mother says that I should always shout, always make noise before they enter, to scare them off, and to tell her and my dad as the ever bigger priority. We call the police, and of course, nothing comes of it. They never find out who he was. But one burning question has always been left in my head. What happened? Was the house protecting itself? Is our house haunted? None of us had ever experienced anything remotely paranormal in the house. So I'm not really sure why, at that moment in time, did the house suddenly decide to develop a poltergeist that decided to leave just as quickly as well. Some things I'll never know the answer to, but I'm glad the house fought back, or whatever it was, to protect us from that home invader. It all started over a year ago, living in my current small neighborhood. It was unusually hot in our house for October, and my sister figured it would be a good idea to keep her window open for a little bit of air. She was doing her homework, and I was getting ready for bed, when suddenly she bursts into my room. She frantically says that she heard some noises outside, sounds of leaves crunching under a person's steps. I believed it to be an animal, so I walk into her room and stay there for no more than 5 minutes, until I hear leaves crunching. We quickly glance out the window, only to hear the sounds of something running away in the woods. But that would not be the end of the story. During the winter, I would enjoy exploring the woods towards the back of my house, climbing trees and traveling further back into the fields. I remember the events very clearly. It had just snowed that night, first snowfall of winter, and I was more than excited to head out there. I did so and climbed my usual tree to look out. I gave a cursory glance around me, and at the ground when I noticed something strange. Footprints leading away from my house. This wouldn't be weird, as long as the front of the footsteps didn't end pointing straight at my house, and the origin of them came from a seemingly long way off. I tracked them down up to a point where there was a rusty wire fence covered in snow where they disappeared. October 2017. It started again. I was laying in my bed, pitch dark, not a light shining through my room, when I heard it. My doorknob turning, and my door creaking open. My heart stopped. Every single possibility of what it was rushing through my mind. Keep in mind, my door is always shut when I go to sleep. Since I was covered by my blanket, I quickly shot my sister a text. "Did you just come into my room?" She replied, "No, I'm all the way in Hilliard." My heart began pumping fast. I slowly snuck my hand under my pillow and grabbed my baton, sent a text to my dad, and waited. My dad came in mere minutes, with a knife, shot on the lights, and I jumped out of bed. Searched the entire house, with nothing. The alarm was set, and all the doors were locked. It was impossible. There was no way that something had happened. My dad and mom were asleep, and a cat would have opened it much faster if it had jumped at the doorknob. You best believe I didn't sleep a second that night. Fast forward to December. My relatives are in town staying for a week in the basement. We turn on the alarm and all head to sleep. I stayed up gaming. In the morning at around 2:30 to 3 a.m., my uncle slowly opened his eyes with a feeling of being watched. His eyes adjusted to the dark. Before he saw it, a guy of average height, scrawny, hair flowing in the wind, and shivering, looking inside their room through the window. My uncle screamed, and they grabbed the baby before taking off upstairs. That morning I was informed of what had happened. I looked for footprints, and saw only the smallest sign of a footprint, a front toe print made by what I could only assume was a sneaker. My uncle gave me more details without me telling him I looked for footprints, and he said the guy was leaning to the left looking in. The footprints matched his story. The left had a thin line of dirt anyone could have shimmied across. Now that leads to tonight. The night I could swear he, or whatever it was, had been in our house. I couldn't sleep. Life had been very stressful lately, and I was pretty much up all night until I tried getting rest. Every night, I've had string Christmas lights dimly light up the room, until tonight. I figured the lights must have been interfering with my sleep, so I unplugged them and headed off to sleep. Pillow over my head, and I started to drift off, until it happened. A quick strum of my guitar, and the sound of something falling over with a desperate attempt to stop it from hitting the ground, filled the room. This sound ignited my heart rate. Saliva, developing at an extreme speed, made it harder to not swallow. I could feel the presence of someone in my room. Realizing I left my baton on my desk, I did the next logical thing, which was pretend to sleep. I tried, and laid there for what felt like hours, when in reality it was only a few minutes, until I heard a whimper come from my sister's room. Imagining this would be the day everyone in my family was silently murdered, but me, I gathered all the courage I had. I grabbed my phone, turned on the flashlight, and grabbed my baton. I busted into my sister's room and screamed, "Hey!" only to see they were unharmed. My sister asked what the hell I was doing, and I just stood there, looked into the pitch black of my room, and cried. I've never, ever felt in my life the overwhelming emotion of believing my family was going to be taken from me, until today. I sit here in my chair writing this, in hopes to document my experience, and try to come to some logical conclusion. All that I can come up with is that there was some guy watching my family, and perhaps sneaking into our rooms at night. When I was about 25 or so, my boyfriend and I decided to live apart. We were broken up for a very short while, and when we got back together we just kept separate places for a long, long time. As a note, I highly recommend all women live on their own for at least a year before they decide to cohabitate. I learnt a lot of life lessons during this time. My apartment was pretty amazing for a young single woman who was supporting herself. Although it was a one-bedroom, it boasted a separate office and dining room as well. Each room was a separate room with its own door. Except for the bathroom, the rooms didn't branch off a hallway. Instead, you went through each room separately to get through the place, and my bedroom was at the end. When you entered the apartment, the rooms went as follows. Living room to the office. You either turned right to a small hallway that led to the bedroom, bathroom branched off here, or you went straight ahead into the kitchen, then turned right to go into the dining room, then bedroom. The best feature of my apartment was accessible from the kitchen. The back door opened up onto a large covered balcony. The place was cheap, $450 a month in the year 2000, and all utilities paid. I even got free basic cable. The landlords were a rare find, elderly and sweet, and took care of any issues that came up. With one exception, my back door, the one leading to the balcony. It had no lock on it. Now, it's actually mostly my fault that I didn't make it a priority to get it fixed. I really thought that I was pretty safe because the balcony had no steps leading down or anything, and the wall was sheer. The balcony was high up enough that a standard ladder wouldn't reach it, so if someone tried to enter, they'd have to be extremely determined. Now, my decorating tastes are a little boho, and I'm fond of stuff that sparkles and shines. My apartment reflected my tastes and was decorated with fairies and crystals and butterflies. I had sun catchers and wind chimes in the appropriate locations. A friend gave me a couple of sets of miniature fairy chimes as a gift, and as they were very small, I decided to hang them on each of my doors. I enjoyed the slight twinkling sound they made when the doors opened or closed. Thank God for my eclectic tastes. I'm sitting in the office playing some flash time wasters of a game on my computer when I hear the chimes on my balcony door. I assume I had failed to shut it completely and the wind had blown it open. So I jump up to close it again, and I come face to face with a skinny, shirtless, sweaty ginger dude with jailhouse tattoos all over his chest. He's obviously surprised to see me, and I'm scared but try not to show it. You hear all these stories of people getting severely beaten or even killed when interrupting a robbery. I'm surprised he didn't just knock me over the head with something and run. Luckily he didn't. "What the hell are you doing?" I say. "Oh, I'm sorry. I'm here to do some contracting work on your apartment." "How did you get in?" "Is some dude here?" "Who?" "I work for some dude, and he told me I'd have to climb the porch. He said the back door would be unlocked." I look out. There's no ladder, rope, or anything to climb on. I'm thinking, who is this guy, Batman? I have no idea who some dude is, and no, there's no work scheduled for this apartment. Also, in case you haven't noticed, I gesture towards the balcony, this isn't a porch. As the ginger dude is mumbling again about how he was hired by some guy to work, I realize that he's not so steady on his feet and is also slurring his words a bit. Great. This guy is under the influence of something, and through his stupid, senseless mumbling, I finally just resort to screaming, "Get out," over and over. He says he feels really bad about scaring me, and before I realize what's happening, he grips me in a smelly, sweaty hug. He goes out the door, and the second he's gone, I have a full-blown panic attack. I'm bent over, head between my knees, wondering faintly if I should call the police or someone when I hear a terrific crash from my living room area. As it turns out, the ginger dude had gone into another part of my building and climbed into the attic area. As he was poking around, he lost his footing. There are beams you have to step on to get across the attic, and had fallen through my ceiling. I stand in my living room and am looking at a pair of scrawny legs poking through my splendid ceiling. He pulls himself up in a high-pitched smart-ass kind of voice and calls out, "Excuse me." This infuriates me, and being the smart, modern woman, I storm into the attic and confront him. He once again gives me this story about being hired to do work on the place, and I tell him he's full of shit. He holds his hands up in an appeasing manner and says, "Okay, what do you want from me?" I tell him what I want for him to do is go downstairs, sit on the curb, and wait for the police, because I'm calling them right now, and they're taking him to jail. When the police show up, he is sitting obediently on the curb, patiently awaiting his ride to the pokey. Turns out his girlfriend at the time was in the apartment next to me, and he thought he was breaking into her place. My landlord's got a new lock on that door in short order. But wait, folks, there's more. Eventually, I got called to testify in court against him, along with a number of other people whose homes he apparently invaded. I get approached by a Brittany in a teensy denim skirt, and this is the conversation that followed. "Are you the girl whose apartment the ginger boy broke into?" "Yeah." "I'm his ex." "Oh." "No, not your neighbor. I'm his baby mama." Yeah, she said that. "Are you gonna press charges?" "Yes, I am." "Well, I don't blame you. But I wanted to let you know that he has a 2-year-old and a baby on the way, so you might want to think about that." "Why?" "He didn't think about it before he did what he did." "He has kids to support? I just think you should think about it, that's all." "Look, I appreciate your situation, but my situation? I got no situation. He never gave me nothing. He hasn't seen his children in months." Maybe you should think about that. As for me, I'll be pressing charges." Turns out, Ginger Boy had broken into multiple homes and actually attacked an elderly woman who happened to be home when he broke in. He got 5 years for breaking into my place. I'm not sure what else he got for the others. Maybe it was 5 years total, I really can't remember. The courthouse took a couple of hours, but I got a paid day from work because I was subpoenaed. I have no idea why he didn't attack me, like he did the elderly lady, but I feel extremely lucky, because usually stories like this don't end so well. It did, however, give me one hell of a story to share. I had recently moved from Adelaide to Melbourne to live with my boyfriend, now husband, in a sharehouse unit with one of his friends and his girlfriend, Nikita. My boyfriend and his friend were at work, whilst Nikita and I were home. This was in a small 2-story, 2-bedroom unit in a beautiful family-friendly suburb, close to a local shopping mall. We loved our neighbours, the street and area in general, and had never had any issues prior to this. Both the bedrooms were upstairs. Nikita was sleeping in, and I had just made my way downstairs into our kitchen/lounge room. This was also the main room of the unit, with the front door, back door, and garage door on different walls of the room. It happened at around 10 a.m. I can't explain how quickly the following events occurred, but it was all very sudden. I was standing at the sink, about to fill the kettle, when I heard the garage door open. My first thought was that it must be Nikita in the garage. We smoked out there, and not in the house, so I walked around the fridge to greet her. No more than 2 meters in front of me was a man rushing into the room. He yelled, "What's going on?" We later laughed at this, saying that we should have asked him that. As I had a split second to process what was happening and register his face before turning and running for my best escape route, which in my mind was the stairs, the front door was closer but deadbolted, and Nikita was upstairs. There was no way I'd leave her there. I ran as fast as I could, almost tripping over myself and the steps as my legs felt like concrete jelly, if you can imagine that. As I reached the top of the stairs and Nikita's bedroom door, I burst into her room, slammed the door and leant against it, chest heaving, and yelled for her to wake up. "Nikita, where's your phone? Wake up! There's a man in the house!" I half screamed, half cried. She sat up groggily asking, "What?" "There's a man in the house. Where's your phone?" Her eyes widened in terror as she saw me against the door. It had no lock. I heard nothing and figured we could make it to the bathroom, which had a lock, opposite from her room. The bathroom. Now! We didn't even question it. We just threw her door open and dashed into the next room. As I dialed the police, we heard heavy footsteps coming up from the wooden stairs. By now, we were both hysterical. I was begging the operator to send someone immediately, as the guy was coming to find us. He must have heard us on the phone to the cops, because after a pause, we heard hurried thumping down the steps again. The cops were there within 2 minutes, as they were only 3 streets away. We heard sirens, and the operator told us the police were there and that it was safe to come out. They didn't find the guy. I gave a full description as best I could from the glimpse I caught, and was later asked to go to the police station in order to help construct an image to identify him. He was not much taller than I, perhaps 5'4", mid-40s, bald in the middle, with shaved hair around the sides of his head, wire-framed glasses, stubby goatee, and dark, beady eyes. Fleecy zip-neck sweater, but I didn't get a good look at his pants. The scariest details came later. We realized the guy hadn't stolen anything. There was easily accessible items which he could have taken in a hurry. Laptop, phone, which was closer to him than me when he entered, and nothing taken from the garage. Another thing, there was no forced entry. The garage door to the house can only be accessed from inside the house or garage. He had opened the electronic roller shutter to the garage and entered the house via the door. That roller shutter could only be opened from the inside, manually, or outside with a remote control, which my boyfriend and his friend were never given when they moved in 6 months ago. I showed the identity sketch to our neighbours to alert them and a group of women next door, a mother and sister, and the lady's 16-year-old daughter, and they said he looked 99% like the previous tenant of our unit. We notified the police, as well as giving the names of 3 different people's mail still delivered to our address, plus told our housing agent. We checked the lease agreement, which stated the house keys and garage remote control were to be included. Only the keys were signed for. The remote control had been missing. Scarier still, a week or so later some detectives came to the door to ask if I'd seen or heard anything more. I told them no. They handed me their car and left. I learnt that they were investigating about sexual predators. I feel sick knowing that. I told Nikita and our neighbours, and we all kept a close eye on things, but nothing more came of it, thankfully. I just wonder if they ever found the guy before he threatened anyone else.
This happened to me when I was about 14. I was best friends with this girl called Robin. We've long since parted ways, but I used to stay over at hers all the time. Robin was an only child to an older couple, both roughly about 60. Her house was old, and the bedrooms were quite small. She had a thing for decorating her room in spooky things. It was overcrowded with trinkets and clothes, which looked really cool. But it meant that after we were done watching trashy 90s anime, at 4 o'clock in the morning, I could go to sleep in this spare room, or I would risk suffocating under a pile of gothic teddy bears and Pokemon on her floor. One evening her parents went out to the local pub just down the street with some old friends, so I stayed over. It was great, free house for just the 2 of us, and they made sure we had all the junk food we could want. They were really sweet and always made sure we felt safe before leaving. I should also mention that they never brought guests home, especially when their daughter had a friend over. For the most part, I had a great night. When it was time to go to sleep, I went into what I call my room because I was there so often. It was small and just fit a wardrobe, dresser and double bed, which, considering how I had a single bed and shared a room with my sister, it was a luxury. We would usually spend hours sending each other DS PictoChat messages until one of us fell asleep. I curled up into bed and passed out pretty quickly. Sometime at 4 a.m, I awoke to someone fidgeting at the door handle. At first I was a bit confused, as Robin would almost always message me through PictoChat if she was going to come into my room. The door was rattling at this stage, and I was a bit freaked. It lasted a few minutes. The rattling subsided, and I rolled over and tried to calm myself down, thinking it might have been her dad or mum making sure the door was closed. I don't know. I was confused. I'm not sure at this point if I fell asleep or what, but I didn't hear anyone entering the room, and then I heard this splashing sound. I remember thinking it was really loud and clear, and as the seconds went by I realized this wasn't part of the dream or something. I was actually hearing it. So as I was facing the wall, I rolled my head around as silently as I could, and I could see this very tall man next to my bed facing the corner. He was so close to me. He was at least 6'3" tall, had thick black short hair, and was incredibly pale and toned. He looked to be in his early 30s, and he was wearing nothing but a pair of black boxer shorts. There was no way this could have been her dad. While he was almost as tall as this guy, her dad was visibly older, had silver hair, and the top of his head was bald. There was no way anyone could confuse him with this guy. I was in shock. I had no idea what was happening, and I remember feeling my heart in my mouth. I didn't know what to do. I just stared in shock for a few seconds, and then as quietly as I could, I turned back around and pretended to be asleep. I remember trying to control my breathing so he wouldn't notice. Eventually he left, and I was aware for what felt like an hour, too afraid to move. I don't know who this guy was, and if he was still outside my door. Did he see me? If he saw me, what would he do? I didn't hear anyone else in the house, and there was no talking, and the walls of the house were paper thin. When I eventually worked up the nerve, I darted into Robin's room and broke down. I was panicking, and she was laughing at me, saying I was being ridiculous, and that I was lying, that I was just having a nightmare. She told me to go back to bed, and I refused. I didn't feel safe. She rolled her eyes, and we both went into the room. She looked around and suddenly started shrieking. She had just stepped into a puddle of piss. I told you. It was everywhere. It was on the wardrobe, on the dresser, and soaked into the carpet. At this point, she was just as confused as I was. Even so, it was 5 a.m, so she grabbed my pillow and blanket from my room, and I gladly took my chance with the teddy avalanche and slept on her floor. The next morning, I remember being incredibly wary of her dad. There were no other male figures around, and they weren't the kind of people to have guests over, especially when their daughter had guests over. So I directed my fear and confusion at him. I knew it wasn't him though, but at that point I was just so anxious around any kind of male figure. I remember sitting around the breakfast table and Robin was still not sure what to make of it. Somehow part of her didn't want to believe me, even when she saw the evidence for herself. I didn't say anything to her parents, neither did she. I went home scared and confused out of my mind, and out of my friends and family, no one seemed to believe me. It wasn't until recently that I retold the story to a group of friends, and my best friend, who I was friends with at the time, reacted with, "Wait, that was real? We all thought you were just making that up." Later on, my sister told me that the houses in the area were connected through the attics, and you can get from one house to the other. Maybe someone crawled through there and had gotten in. But why were they almost naked? Why did they know I was there? I never really understood what happened. Needless to say, I never slept in that room and never slept alone in that house again. This happened in early 2006, when I was living with my mum and stepdad and my 2 adopted sisters. I was 19 at the time, male, and for a little backstory, my job at the time was doing security work in different parts of a West Coast metropolitan city. At the time, we were leasing a 3-bedroom home with a giant living room. One of the bathrooms barely fit one person and had a small window. Included inside is a metal wire shelf thing that holds all my stuff like gel, toothbrushes and razors. My neighbours would hardly speak to each other and would never be home, assuming they'd be at work. This will be important. So this event occurred when I had just gotten off work during a 12-hour graveyard shift, 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. And of course, I was tired as hell. So I quickly drove home, said hi to my mum while she made breakfast, and I slumped my way into my room and passed out with my uniform on. Black polo, tactical pants, and tactical boots. The small detail might come into play. I didn't even close the door to my room. That's how tired I was. Now, every day, my mum and stepdad left for work, along with my sisters that needed to head off to school at around 7 a.m. That's usually when I have my freedom and played my PS4, yell at strangers or friends through the mic and whatnot. But this morning, I decided to just catch up on my sleep. I half sleepily awoke to a series of the hardest fast knocks on our wooden door. Mistake number 1. I ignored it and thought that it was a salesman or one of those religious people. Sometimes my stepdad comes home to get lunch, but he has a key to the house, so no worries, I thought, and I quickly fell back asleep. I awoke again to the sound of loud footsteps running on the backward floor towards the door, and the door slamming shut as loud as possible. Mistake number 2. Okay, it was my stepdad running late to work after all, for his lunch break. No biggie. After my slumber, everyone came back home and started preparing for dinner, while I hopped on my PS4, and my mum comes to me with a very serious face and says, "Did someone break into the house? Did you leave any time today?" "No. Why?" "I was just sleeping until everyone came back." "Okay, come look at this." My mum takes me to the little bathroom from the earlier description. I look up at the little window, cold air breezing through a broken frame and broken hinges. I look at the metal wire shelf, and there was a dent on the top, as if someone had bent it while climbing in. I felt my spine tingle, as that hadn't really hit me at the moment. I thought back to what I heard while I was asleep. I heard someone knocking earlier, and I heard stepdad come to get something before leaving to work in a rush and slamming the door, I said. My mum said, "Mijo, stepdad didn't go to the house today." My throat clenched and dropped to my stomach. My fingertips felt as if they had been frozen. I felt as if my body was sinking down into a deep, dark abyss in the ocean. I couldn't say anything. We stared at each other for an eternity. We started checking the whole house to see if anything had been taken. Nothing. Everything was as is. We asked a few neighbours if they had seen anything, but they weren't home. We gave the local PD a tip just to let them know, and they already had knowledge of this. The person is still out there. My mind kept racing. What happened? Why wasn't anything taken? Why did this mystery burglar decide to run off? We came to the conclusion that this person knocked first to see if anyone was home, but seeing as I didn't answer, they did their duty and stepped into our house. And since I snore really loud, this person might have thought that there was a dog inside the house. Another possibility would be that this person saw someone in uniform and didn't want to mess with me, or just simply the fact that I was in the house. There were many possibilities that could have unfolded. It's clear what this burglar intentions were, just to grab everything valuable and leave. But what if this was a maniac stepping into my house with other intentions other than theft? The thought of someone watching me sleep from about 5 feet away gets me so anxious no matter where I am. This event made me realize that no matter who you are, you will always be vulnerable when you aren't alert of your surroundings. Now I'm a 5'11" guy, and I'm an average built dude. It's safe to say I would have held my own against someone trying to break in, along with my plethora of bludgeoning and bladed weapons. But even if you're armed to the teeth, you'll never know when someone will be watching you and planning something ill-mannered. There are things and people out there that have been shielded away from most of us, especially in this day and age. You'll never know who you walk past down the street. I am now 22 and married, with a 1-year-old son and daughter on the way. This is something I've learnt from, and will be teaching my son and soon daughter, to be aware of their surroundings, and to not see the bright side of strangers trying to do them a good deed. They'll never know what their true intentions might be. This goes out to anyone hearing this. Be careful and watch your surroundings. This happened last Friday, and I'm still stumped. For reference, I'm a male in my late 20s, and live with my girlfriend who is currently away on business. I work for a large financial institution in the UK, and often work until very late, as I hate bringing work home. For some background, we bought our current house a few weeks ago, and during the move-in process, I was away with work, leaving it down to my partner and a few friends. My car has also recently had a complete electronics failure, so we were just down to using just her car. The house itself is located in a small gated community off a country road on the outskirts of an upmarket town in the UK. It's surrounded by woodlands, and if you didn't live there or know someone who did, chances are you wouldn't have heard of it, or even knew of its existence. In total, there are 8 houses in the community, and the main gate gives access to the first 6, whereas my house is located, and then a further 2 gates at the top of the road, which lead to 2 very large mansion-style houses. The houses, which haven't got individual gates, are all about 100 feet away from each other, and have enclosed rear gardens, and the neighbours are all business types, who are very often in work and keep themselves to themselves. Anyway, about 2 days after leaving for my business trip, I get a call from my girlfriend, who seems shaken and tells me that there's a man standing in the garden, and that she can't see his face, but he's walking around and crouching in the tree line. So concerned, but not 100% convinced, as she does have a vivid imagination, and it's the first time she's been home alone in our new house, I tell her to lock the doors, to go to bed, and call the police if she sees him again. I return to our city's train station on Tuesday, and agree with my girlfriend that she'll pick me up in her car. Then I'll take it home, as she's scheduled to go up to Manchester for a conference. I meet up with her, grab a coffee, see her off to her train, and then drive her car back to our house. The time is roughly 9 p.m. I park the car on the driveway, head inside, shower, watch some reruns of King of the Hill, and then head to bed. Then get woken up by a light being shone in the bedroom window from downstairs. I get up to investigate, crouching to avoid being seen, and heading up into the study next to our bedroom, and open the curtains that cover some French doors that lead to a small balcony. My heart drops when I see that a man has now moved towards the back door and is trying the handle. The house is in an L shape, so although I can't see him, he can't see me without moving around from the back door. He stops for a while, begins flashing the light on and off back in the woods, before walking calmly back into them. I call the police and make a report. Nothing happens on Wednesday, but on Thursday, when I'm giving our cat a bath, she's a sphinx, she needs them. I hear the garage door being messed with. I'm in the bathroom directly behind the garage, so move into the kitchen to grab a knife before heading into the garage to check what's going on, when the noises stop and I hear running down the driveway and away from the house. I call the police and they send an officer around to check the property. All they find is some knife marks and scuffs on the bottom of the garage. On Friday, I get my car delivered from the dealership and decide to work from home. I also park my car in the garage, leaving my girlfriend's on the driveway. At around 11 p.m, I'm in the upstairs study listening to music. I'm working, when I find myself freezing. I thought I was going to stop breathing as I felt someone watching me, and turning to face the French doors, I see a man, nondescript looking, around 35, wearing a coat and gloves, carrying what looked like a torch standing on my balcony. Our eyes met. Now filled with rage, I go for one of my golf clubs from my golf bag and charge towards the door. He climbs off the balcony and runs off into the woods. I've never seen this man in my life before, but I'm sure it's the man that's been causing problems recently. It also dawned on me that he would have only seen my girlfriend before and only seen her car. Maybe he thought she lived alone. I've notified the police and have bought some more security devices to install on the property as well, and parked my car on the driveway with hers. We don't know who he is or why he's doing this, but we're hoping it won't happen again.
We moved into a house in the country about 4 months ago. Since we'd previously lived in an apartment, that means we needed to buy a lawnmower. Instead of putting out $200+ on a lawnmower, when we have to move in a few years, we decided to hire someone to cut our grass. Initially, we went with the guy that my fiancé used to work with, but $65 every 2 weeks starts to add up, and I was looking for something cheaper. That brings me to Charles. Charles posted in my Facebook classifieds that he was looking for some lawns to cut this weekend, and he had a reputable company, so I sent him a message. Initially, Charles came off as nice. He asked for my address so he could stop by and give me an estimate. After stopping by my house, he sent me a message saying, "Damn, sweetheart, you've got a big porch." It made me feel kind of uncomfortable, but figured I was overreacting and started planning when he could come out. I told him my days off, but he assured me I didn't have to be home. I told him to come on Wednesdays. Wednesday morning, he messaged me. "Are you home?" I said no. 3 hours later, "Are you home yet?" "No, I won't be home till after 8. Charles then informed me he had a flat tire and that he could come tomorrow. Thursday, first thing in the morning, he messaged me, "Will you be home today?" I told him no. He replied a few hours later, "Hey, are you home?" "No, I told you I wouldn't be home all day. Are you still coming out?" He then told me his truck broke down. He was sending messages like, "Please don't be upset with me, sweetheart." At this point, I was getting really creeped out. I told him to just come tomorrow. Friday. It's actually my day off, but I woke up and left the house for the day. He messages me, "Hey, I'm coming. You're off today, right?" I said, "Yep, but I'm not home." "When will you be home?" "I don't know." He messaged me later saying, "Sorry, babes. I was loading the equipment onto my truck and it fell and broke. Maybe I can come tomorrow." At this point, I was really creeped out and told him to never mind and that I was going to find someone else. On Saturday, I get off work around 4 or 5, check my phone and find multiple messages from him saying that he had cut my grass and I needed to come home and give him the money. I told him no, I'll cash app it to you. He started getting really irate and saying that I needed to give him the money now. I told him I would give the money after I got home and thought the grass was cut. I was honestly really worried he would be waiting at my house, so I got a friend to drive home behind me. He wasn't there. I sent him the money and I thought that was the end of it. Fast forward 2 months later, I'm on the phone to my fiancé as I drive to class, and he tells me he has to get off the phone because there's someone walking down our driveway. I ask what he meant, and he said there was a man walking around in our driveway and front yard. After I got to class, he texted me, telling me it was just a man who had come by to promote his lawn care business. I didn't think anything about it, as it had been 2 months. But later that night, I got home and saw a business card lying on my counter with the name of the man who had been messaging me earlier. I called my fiancé Mike at work and asked him how the guy had been acting. He said Charles seemed genuinely surprised that a man had come out and asked if he lived alone. I asked Mike if the man had stopped at any other houses and he replied, "Now that I think about it, no. After he left our house, he just left." Mike said he had seemed really desperate to help around the house and offered to cut the lawn, fix our porch, and remove any trash or scrap metal we had around the house, and then asked if we had any pests such as bats in our attic or anything. That especially freaked me out, as we do have a bat problem, and I had previously posted about it on Facebook. Mike then said what was really weird is Charles was very freaked out about the dog. He heard Max barking from inside and started asking a lot of questions like, is he big? Does he stay outside or inside? Does he ever go outside or does he stay inside completely? How big is he? Is he nice? Mike chalked it up to him being scared of dogs. He gave him a brief tour of the outside of the house and then Charles got in his truck and left. I then told Mike that this was the same guy who had been messaging me earlier in the year, and Mike started to freak out. He said that Charles had asked a lot of really specific questions about who all lived here and how long they'd lived here, and where they were at the time. He said he tried to brush them off, but Charles seemed really insistent to know if Mike was the only one in the house. Before he left, Mike specifically asked him if he had cut the lawns here before or something, and maybe was thinking of the last lawn owners. But Charles told him, "No, I just happened to be out this way and thought I'd promote my business to the neighborhood." The worst part? I had taken my fiancé's car to work that day, which means my car was in the driveway when Charles stopped by. He thought I was home alone.
I didn't contact the police because I thought I might be overreacting. This all happened a little while ago, and I really hope that we do not ever meet again. This was during my high school days. I'm Australian. High school includes years 11 and 12, which is our college for anyone from the US. I can't remember the exact year, but I'd say this happened in 03 or 04. Like many kids at my school, I caught the bus home. Beyond it being an atrocious experience, because of it being a bunch of shitty all-male private school kids in a small space, as the public transport in my city is awful. This bus took me fairly close to my house, but I had to walk a bit, all up steep hills because I lived on a big hill. Having walked the usual distance, and now I remember it must have been 04 because I had my laptop with me, I get to my driveway and walk down. The street is literally higher on the hill than the roof of my old house, and our driveway was a rather steep downhill, to some further steps down, to the little courtyard-looking thing where our double front doors were. If you were standing looking at the front doors to your right, there would be another door with a side room that was used by the previous owners as an office. Anyway, I hadn't really paid attention to the front doors since I went in via the side one. I had my overladen school bag on my back and my shoulders slung. Heavy laptop as well. The door's hinges are on the left, and it's inwards opening, and the entrance to the office ends up being obscured by the doors as it opens. So imagine my surprise when, having opened the door, walked in and closed it behind me. Do I see a tall, creepy, meth head looking guy in brown jacket and grey jeans, scrawny, tall and gaunt. He's looking directly at me. But this guy wasn't angry or anything like that. He was surprised as hell. Totally wasn't expecting a 16-year-old school kid to walk through the door. Now my thought process was literally, oh, my mum must be home, and she's getting this guy to do some quotes for some renovations. No problem. So what do I say? Hey, who are you? This seems to snap the guy out of his surprised stare, and he goes for what I've now told myself and everyone was a fake firearm, but I honestly couldn't be certain, even now. The weird thing is, this doesn't faze me at all, and at this point I've realized what's going on. He points this might be a gun at me, and starts telling me to back up. I'm weird, completely calm, and I'm staring at this guy, determined to get as much detail as possible in my mind. On the wall closest to the driveway is a sofa bed, in its sofa form, which the guy is telling me to back up to. But he finally catches on that my staring isn't fear, and he realizes that I'm studying him like a damn hawk. So he starts telling me to put my head down. Well, I do, right quickly because it may be a real gun, and calm or not, I don't want to be shot. He hasn't moved from his spot in the hallway outside the room, and at this point, when I reach the couch, he tells me to sit, and I put myself face down onto the cushions. I do so awkwardly because I have my school bags on, and then I hear the front door slam. This guy has piss bolted. I dropped my bags and run to the door, yanking it open. Who needs handles when deadbolts and everything have been sheared off by whatever they did to get in? With no regard for my personal safety, in the hopes that I can get a better look of him and see where he's heading. But he was fast, because by the time I got there, all I saw was him running off at the top of the driveway. I grabbed the phone, called the police, and then my mum. Hilarious conversation along the lines of, "Mum, don't freak out, okay? There's been a robbery at our house and I walked in on it." My mum beats the cops to the house. But while they're travelling, I survey the damage. My room had been torn apart by these pricks, looking for whatever they could sell. The cupboard under the stairs, whose entrance was in my room, had been looted for luggage to put the stolen goods in. The office I had the encounter in had also been looted. They stole my Xbox, as well as a few electronics from my room, including my Game Boy and a broken CD Walkman. Luckily, nothing else had been taken as I interrupted them. They hadn't managed to get upstairs where my mother's jewellery was. You may be wondering why I kept saying they without referring to anyone else. Well, the police came, took a statement, and dusted for prints. They said that the MO was that a group, they weren't sure how many, who had done other robberies previously. The second guy who I hadn't seen, and because I didn't see a suitcase with the guy pointing a gun at me, was assumed to have been taking a suitcase of loot to their getaway vehicle. So that was fun. I'm still surprised at my total calm manner and quick analytical thinking at the time. I'd never experienced anything similar at all. Never been in any sort of seriously threatening situation. Frankly, I think I got lucky. Had I arrived at any later point, there may have been more people there. Or he may have been less willing to run off because he had more loot. Maybe it was a real gun, and if I had been my mother or father instead of a kid, we'd have been dealing with a corpse. I like to think that I looked like a dangerous guy as I scared this gun down, but I doubt I was. I was about 14 to 15 years old and living in my parents' mobile home. We lived in a quiet beach town where everyone knew each other and never had anything bad happen. It was a school night, about 11 p.m, and I was laying in bed waiting to fall asleep. In those days I had a loft bed, which looks like a bunk bed, except instead of a bottom bunk, there was a desk which had my laptop and TV and stuff. It was getting close to summer, so I had my window open to let in the cool air. I was about to fall asleep when my screen fell off my windowsill and crashed onto my bedroom floor. Now this isn't a strange occurrence, because I would often come home and leave through my bedroom window, so the screen did not perfectly fit, due to me taking it off so regularly. So it would periodically fall off, but it did startle me, and it got my blood flowing. So I rolled over in bed and looked up at the ceiling, and thought that I would just put it back in the morning. Then, the pungent, sickly sweet odor wafted into my face. I couldn't exactly put a finger on it, but I thought it was very strange and should maybe check it out. But slowly, because I was tired, and it was most likely a raccoon that had died under the house. It certainly wouldn't be the first time. So I rubbed the sleep out of my eyes, sat up in bed, and let my legs hang off the side. My heart jumped up into my throat as I saw a large tattooed arm reach through the window and feel around on the floor in my bedroom. The guy grabbed the screen and slowly, quietly pulled it out the window. At this point, I was freaking the hell out, and my adrenaline had kicked in at levels my prepubescent body had never ever before experienced. My eyes started to water. I stopped breathing, and time stopped. I thought it could have been some crazy crackhead coming to kill us and steal our valuables. Seconds ticked by, and I sat there in my bed, not 2 feet away from the window that the arm had just shot through. I thought perhaps he would go away, but of course he did not. To my horror, I watched as the man's arm grabbed my window frame once again. Then he pulled himself up, slowly, and a leg crept through next. It was silent, and had I been asleep, this mountain of a man would have come into my room without a sound, and we would have never have known he were there. But I was not asleep. I grabbed the Bowie knife I kept under my pillow, because I'm just like every other teenage boy, and I yelled at the top of my lungs, "I have a knife. Get the hell out of my room." and before the guy could completely pull himself up onto my room from the outside, I scared him. He lost his footing and fell backwards out of the window and into the rosemary bushes outside, cussing and spitting. I remember yelling out for my dad and saying something along the lines of, "Dad, someone's trying to get into the house." And he was at my bedside faster than I could get the words out. He's looking out the window, told me to stay there, and jumped out the window after this smelly ogre. He never did find the guy, but the police came and looked, and eventually they decided it was a drunk homeless guy who was desperate and looking for a place to sleep, and maybe some free food and stuff to pawn. So we locked up the house, fixed my window, and went back to bed for a few hours. I, however, didn't sleep that night. That was an incredibly traumatic experience for me, being that I was essentially the person who had to confront a home intruder. But that isn't the scary part. What was truly horrifying is that a few days later we found a makeshift home underneath our house, with a sleeping bag, water, extra clothes, and a big-ass hatchet. This guy had been living underneath our house for God knows how long, without anyone knowing he was there. I believe he chose to come in through my room, because it was the only room in the house that was open to the outside, that you could not see a sleeping person in it unless you were standing in the room, because the loft bed made it look like it was only a desk from the outside. I still think to this day the dude had planned on robbing us, cased the house, and chose my room as his entry point, because he could get in quietly and he wouldn't wake anyone up. He then built his home under our house and waited for his opportunity. Then when I left my window open, he decided to strike. I've had tons of crazy stuff happen to me in my life, but that series of events that unfolded was easily one of the most messed up things that happened to me, and it really opened my eyes to the fact that crazy messed up things happen to normal people, and you should always hope for the best, but plan for the worst. I lived in an old shack-type house on 1/2 acre. It had 3 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. The house was simple and small. The living room on the right, the kitchen, and a back door to the left. 2 bedrooms and the bathroom between them, and a door from the living room that went straight back into the 3rd bedroom. I filled that room with boxes of my things from storage, because there was no garage. I had quite a few friends from all walks of life. I wasn't working at the time, and they knew my door was always open just to say hi, stay for coffee, or play a few card games. It almost felt like my home was a hub for everyone to just leave your problems on the doorstep and relax for a moment. We even had a projector and would display movies some nights on the wall of this 2-story building next door if it was a fun time. Well, I never discriminate. If you are hungry or tired or needed a shower at my home, you're welcome. Be kind to me, I'll be kind to you, sort of thing. We even got raided a few times thinking we were selling drugs because of all of the activities going on, but they were sadly mistaken. One day a friend shows up, accompanied by this guy with very kind eyes, but he seemed very sad inside. He was hungry. I made him lunch. And he was a good conversationalist and we laughed for hours. My friend said that he didn't know the guy that well, but he seemed nice enough. He kept complimenting me, which of course made me feel uncomfortable, so I asked him to stop. He came back a few more times with his friends and once by himself. I didn't mind, I was never really alone with him. As time went on, he stopped coming over altogether, and I didn't think anything of this. People move on. After a while of living there, things started to feel strange in my home. Even when I was alone, I didn't feel like I was truly alone. Things started to feel off. Things were being moved. A few dishes were not where they were supposed to be in the cabinet. My bathroom mat was wet when I hadn't even showered, and I made sure every time I left things locked up. And I had the only key. My friends definitely thought I was losing it. It was close to Christmas, so we put a tree up, and everyone had a chance to put something on it when they came over. It was delightful, but soon after, the feelings of concern all flood back, when the candy canes started to disappear and the ornaments were rearranged daily. What was going on here? A few days later, we had a small get-together, just some close friends from out of town, and we all get a little bit tipsy. I told them they could sleep over. My friend Tom and his girlfriend in the other bedrooms, and his sister on the couch and in the living room. The next morning, I was first up. I went to make coffee and asked Tom's sister if she slept well. Not at all, that jerk. I laughed because I thought she was joking. She was alone in the room. Who could she be mad at? She said her brother Tom was snoring all night. Just then, Tom's girlfriend came out of the room saying, "What are you talking about? He doesn't snore, but I heard it too." I put my hands up and said, "My door was shut. I didn't hear anything." Later, we were eating breakfast, and Tom's sister asked him how he could eat so much with everything he ate while everyone was sleeping. We all looked at each other like she was crazy. "Sis, I didn't get out of bed last night." She argued that someone, a man, went to the kitchen and got food and then went back out, came back in and stood in front of the couch, sucking on a candy cane before going back to bed. He and his girlfriend insisted that it wasn't him. Okay, that was weird. Tom shared his concerns with me, being there alone, and to be honest, I was pretty freaked out at that point. Well, word got out that Tom was in town, so it wasn't before long that some friends came over to visit. They were only there for 30 minutes when Tom asked us all to go outside and check out something in his car. I was in the middle of something, but he put my arm in his hand and looked me straight in the eyes. "You have to see," while leading me to the door. Once we got outside, Tom turned to us and told us not to go inside, and two of his friends grabbed sticks and went back into my home with him. I heard yelling and a crash and ran to my door, but Tom's girlfriend stopped me. Soon after, they came out dragging a strange man with them. It was that guy with kind eyes. I didn't understand what was happening. Tom said he put two and two together with all the things I told him that were going on, and when he was standing by the bedroom door near the living room, he smelled urine. So he went around back and looked through the slats in the bedroom window and saw the man under my boxes hiding. He must have been eluding me for 2 weeks. The sheriffs were called, and they told Tom that they were looking for that guy for other crimes. To think the guy was just feet away from me, eating my food, watching me sleep, and God knows what he was doing when I wasn't home. What were his plans, and why was he there? After that day, I changed all the locks and got a dog. Thank you, Tom. I was home alone one evening and had gone to sleep for the night. I live with my significant other and 2 indoor cats, but she was out of state, traveling for business. I woke up in the middle of the night. I wasn't sure of the time, but it was completely dark because my body was freezing cold. I actually like it cool when I sleep, and usually have the temperature around 70 degrees or colder since I live in central Texas. But this was different. I was ice cold, but wrapped in blankets. It was the middle of summer and things aren't cold. When I grabbed my phone to look at the time, it seemed to be off, and when I pressed the on button, it didn't respond. As I was half asleep, I shrugged this off. I walked out of my bedroom to go adjust the thermostat.
and noticed that the cats weren't around. This was weird. These furballs are always hanging out in the bed, or around the bed. I walked to the thermostat, tried to adjust it, but the power to the thermostat was nil, and the power to the house seemed to be off. I peeked out the upstairs window to see if any of my neighbors were having power issues. I noticed that all of their outdoor lights were working just fine. From the time I woke to this moment, had about 2 minutes between them. I decide to wander downstairs and grab some water, but am startled when I realize there is a glow of light coming from the first floor. The way my house is situated, I couldn't see the light until I had approached the stairs. I found this odd because the power seemed to be out just upstairs, which didn't make a lot of sense. When I started walking down the stairs, I began to hear a faint humming noise. The noise had a high pitch to it, with arbitrary pulses of low sound, almost like a muffled weed whacker that someone is throttling at random. As I continue to walk down the stairs, I spot a dark, slowly moving figure in the room, with light at the bottom of the stairs. The next step that I take feels like I walked off the side of a cliff or was sucked into the floor. That is the best way I can explain it, because I don't remember what happened after that moment. I just lost all feeling in my body. My next memory is waking up again to the sound of my phone's alarm. Everything seemed to be back to normal. I sat there in bed, cats being too lazy in bed next to me, and tried to think about the last 2-minute incident that happened in the middle of the night. I'm not a sleepwalker, and I definitely wasn't dreaming. My security system's app shows the time whenever the door is opened or closed, and I realized that my security system was disarmed on the app, and that the front door had been opened and closed several times through the night. I pulled up my security footage from the exterior cameras, and was surprised to learn there was zero footage from the night. Like the motion sensors reacted to a random car driving by at 10 p.m, and then the next thing is another random car in the morning. So someone or something walked in and out of my front door, and the cameras captured no footage. My neighbor across the street has a good security system that points at my house, so I asked if I could review the footage from his cameras, and told him some made-up story about how I thought someone had broken into my truck. He said it was weird because when he pulled up the footage from that night, his cameras didn't record anything, just a time gap once again. My first thought was that I was sleepwalking, and that my memory was a dream, but it just couldn't have been. When I looked out the window in the middle of the night, I distinctly recall a red pickup truck parked in the wrong direction in front of the neighbor's house. I always notice when cars are parked left wheel to the curb, because I've gotten a ticket for it in the past. The truck was not there before I went to sleep based on footage, but was there in the morning. So the truck was there when I saw it in the middle of the night, and I definitely woke up in the middle of the night, cold as ice. No cats, no working phone or thermostat. I saw the truck out the window and then got warped by something on the stairs. A couple of additional things were different in the house. The security system was disarmed, and I definitely armed it before going to bed. The light was still on downstairs, and that was absolutely off when I went up. My whole body smelled like burnt marshmallows. I know this is weird, but it really is how it smelled. And lastly, my 55-gallon fish tank that sits at the bottom of the stairs in the entryway was missing 2/3 of its water. Like seriously, where did 40 gallons of water go? The whole area around the tank was bone dry and the fish were fine. I think I was screwed over by some thirsty aliens. For reference, I'm from Australia, female,
and at the time I was about 15 or so. This story starts with me as a teenager, living at home with my mum, stepdad, Richard, and 4 siblings. Back in those days, and having 3 brothers, I was a pretty hardcore gamer. My mum was a pretty heavy sleeper since she was working full-time and caring for my stepdad, who had stage 4 testicular cancer. So I'd spend most of my nights staying up late gaming. One particular night, at about 2 a.m., I could hear someone walking around the backyard. You know, that crunching of grass, the slight shuffle of boots on concrete, the fact that the family dog Sammy wasn't barking led me to believe that it was just my stepdad. My stepdad often walked around the backyard at night to help with his restless leg syndrome that was caused by the chemo, as the restless legs would keep Mum awake, so he had to try and walk it off so that she could get some much needed rest. So as far as I was concerned, nothing was out of the ordinary, and I gamed on. Quite a bit later, I heard some noises in the kitchen, but I assumed it was just my stepdad taking painkillers or making a sandwich, which was pretty normal, so I naturally ignored it and gamed on. I eventually went to bed, and when I got up in the morning, Mum was on the phone looking very shaken, and she motioned for me to sit down at the table. I was pretty groggy and out of it, but I started to feel a bit panicked. Mum was meant to be at work. She rarely had days off, even when she was sick, because she had 5 kids and 1 very sick husband to take care of. Finally, she gets off the phone and sits down. Mum tells me that during the night, someone was in her room. She said that she thought it was my stepdad at first, and the conversation went something like this. "What are you doing?" As she could see someone near her chest of drawers where her jewellery box was. "Nothing. Go back to sleep." "Richard, is that you?" "Yes. Go back to sleep." She was pretty out of it because she was half asleep, but she remembered that something about the whole exchange didn't feel right. She said it didn't even sound like my stepdad speaking, and that she'd woken up because she heard something drop to the ground. She didn't think too much about it at the time because of how tired she was, so she rolled over and went back to sleep. In the morning, when she got up, she saw that her jewellery box was on the ground and a few pieces of jewellery were missing, including priceless family heirlooms that were willed to her by her late grandmother. She went to the kitchen and saw that her phone and my stepdad's phones were missing. So, using the landline, she calls the police, and we later on learn the rest of the story. Our backyard faces a communal nature walk type thing. A man climbed our fence. There's a gate, but we always keep it padlocked, and walked around the house checking all the doors to get inside, which is why I could hear all that shuffling and scuffling outside. We later learnt that my younger sister had snuck the family dog into her bed that night, which is why Sammy didn't bark at the intruder. My mum's bedroom had a sliding door into the backyard, but she never locked it because she didn't see the point. The man had gotten inside through that door and must have noticed the jewellery box. It was obviously very dark, and he dropped it as he went to pick it up, thus waking Mum. Once they'd had their little convo, and Mum had gone back to sleep, he went into the kitchen and started looking for anything of value. He found the phones, pocketed them, and promptly left through the laundry door and over the fence. My stepdad had actually chosen that night of all nights to take a late-night stroll through the neighbourhood to clear his head and help with his restless legs. He'd gotten back after everything had happened, and was none the wiser until the morning. The police told us that we weren't the only people whose houses were invaded that night. Apparently 4 other houses had been hit, and that there was a huge priority on finding the perpetrator. And funnily enough, Mum's and stepdad's phone were both found in someone else's house, so thankfully they got their phones back a few days later. A few weeks after this whole ordeal, we learned that the intruder had been found. Sadly, he'd sold the family heirlooms for drug money. The dude was just a scummy meth head, but he had a gun in his possession, and it was just lucky that no one was harmed with it. He was, eventually, sent to prison. I used to live in a townhouse duplex by myself, with my dog and 2 cats near a train station. There were often commuters who would park outside my place and pass by throughout the day and night. Occasionally I had cigarettes or stuff stolen from my front veranda. I even had my next door neighbor's ex-boyfriend come to my door telling me he had a hitman after him with a gun. But none of this scared me, like the night I was watched. My dog lives indoors, and I would take him out just to pee before bed. My backyard light was broken, and was up too high to change the bulb, so I always took him out the front. That night it was around 11, and I took him out the front. It was a hot summer night, and I was mindlessly standing on the footpath when I saw movement from across the road from me. Out of nowhere, a man had appeared and was walking diagonally across the street away from me. I thought it odd, because I hadn't seen him come from the other direction. I continued to think about it. Where he came from was outside a house that was being renovated. I knew the owners weren't living there, and thought maybe he was going to try and steal stuff. So I kept looking down the road to see where he had gone. He had turned the corner down the next street. I kept watching, and then I realized I see his head pop around the corner to see if I'm still outside. This gives me the absolute creeps, so I grabbed my dog and went in. I turned off all the lights and went upstairs to my bedroom, which was at the front of the townhouse and faces the street. I thought I would keep watch of my neighbor's house and call the police if he came back. I peer through my blinds, which cover sliding doors coming off a small balcony, and like clockwork, I see a dark figure walk down from the corner and down my street. He's moving towards the house across the road, and then I suddenly lose sight of him. A tree in front of my townhouse obscures my view for a moment, and then he's there. He's not just there. He is stopped in front of my driveway, standing there like Jason Voorhees. I kid you not. His arms were out by his sides and legs apart in an unnatural stance, like he was prepping for something, like he wanted to kill me. My heart is racing so hard I can barely hear, and I'm standing there, slack-jawed, looking at this would-be assailant, when one of my cats comes to see what's happening. My cat slides his body between the blinds and windows, further opening it to see this person, this man, looking towards me. I'm thinking he surely sees me, and if he does, this doesn't stop him. He starts walking down my driveway, undeterred and fixated. I lose sight of him under the balcony and awning. By this time my eyes are watering in fear and tears and streaming down my face. I don't know what to do. I go sit on my bed. I picked up my mobile and dialed my dad, who lives a suburb away. He answers, and I whisper to him what was happening, and he says he'll be there as soon as he can. I lie down in my bed and lie as still as possible, tears rolling down my cheeks, pure fear, not knowing what this man was doing downstairs and if he could get in. What if I hadn't have locked the doors? And then it dawned on me. Why am I lying here in the dark crying? turn a light on. So I did. What seemed like a lifetime but was probably just a couple of minutes later, my dad arrived. He had an umbrella with him. I live in Australia, so no guns, but he could have at least brought a knife. I stayed on the phone with Dad while he searched outside, but the man was gone. Maybe me turning the light on scared him. I called the police, who said I should have called sooner. Of course I should have. I don't know why I didn't. They came out with a sniffer dog, but couldn't find him either. I don't know what he wanted, but for a good year after that, I was so scared living there, and I'm still a scaredy cat. But hearing other stories makes me realize I'm not alone, and we can all learn from these experiences, so we know what to do if something scary happens.
This happened 8 years ago, when I was a 10-year-old girl, and my sibling, only 7. My parents left us with a nanny, because they had to go to a meeting. The nanny, Carla, would leave by 10 after putting us to sleep. And by then, my parents would come back by 12. So there would be 2 hours in which no one would be home except for us. Carla was an 18 to 19-year-old girl, was a very sweet and loving person, but very disorganized. She played with us, cooked, and then watched TV with us. When she had to leave, she tucked us into bed and told us not to open the front door to anyone. Back then, we didn't understand why. Yes, we were idiots, and still are, but we promised her we would do as she asked. She left and made sure to lock the door. Half an hour later, I heard some strange noise. At first, I thought that Carla may have left something and was coming again to pick it up, because that usually happened to her. But then I heard a knock that I knew wasn't her, because she had keys. Being the little rebel I was, I walked to the front door and asked who was there. Then I heard some men whispering and laughing. At this point I was scared, not only because I had disobeyed Carla, but because of the men, and I think I heard 2 or 3 voices who knocked, didn't respond to my question. I didn't know what to do, and just ran to our room, locked the room, and hid under the bed. I didn't wake my little brother, because I didn't want to scare him. The knocking continued for what appeared to be an eternity, and then suddenly stopped. I was still feeling uneasy, so I didn't go to check. Several minutes had passed, and then I thought that they were gone, and we were safe. How delusional. I went to check the front door, and as I was walking, I caught something moving outside through the window. It was pitch black, but when I looked, I nearly shat myself. 2 men were climbing up a tree that was as tall as the roof of our house. Then it clicked. They were climbing because they were trying to get in. There was a small door on the 2nd floor of the house that led to the roof once past the stairs. There my mum had her plants, because they needed a lot of sunlight to grow, but she went only to check on them once a week. So how the hell would they know that you could go inside that way? I still didn't know. The moment I saw that, I ran. I ran as fast as I could to our room, locked it as I did before, and put some heavy boxes of toys in case they came. My brother woke up because of the loud noises and asked me what I was doing. I told him to stop it and to go back to sleep. He didn't even care. The front door opened and I heard my parents' voices. I moved the boxes, which took some time, and ran to get them. My parents asked me why I wasn't asleep, and before he had time to scold me, I told him there were people on the roof and that we needed to go. He obviously didn't believe me because he went to check. When he returned, there was no one there.
and scolded me and told my mum that I had a very crazy mind. Next morning, as my brother and I went to the kitchen to go get some pancakes, my parents were silent and seemed preoccupied. I asked them what was going on, and my dad pulled me away and told me that 2 of my mum's plants were broken, as if someone had stepped on them. But he still refused to believe me, because he thought I did it on purpose. That day, my dad put in an alarm and some cameras in case someone really did try to break in. I was reprimanded for a week because I had lied, and because I had killed some of my mother's plants. I still can't forgive them for that, and they still refuse to believe me. I tried to forget what I saw, but it's not possible. I still feel shivers down my spine when I think of that night. So to the creepy men who scared me as a child, tried to get into my house, and before that, even knocked on the door, I hope we do meet again, so I can insert some nice plants where the sun doesn't shine. This incident happened at my dad's house a couple of years ago. Somewhat relevant to the story. My parents are still married, but live apart because of their work situations. They often see each other on weekends. My dad lives in a town of about 25,000 people, and it's pretty blue collar for the most part. His house is in the downtown area, which has been regentrified, so it's not a bad area to live in. But it's also just a stone's throw away from the worst part of town. My dad's house is also directly across the street from the main entrance to a university. So there is a university secure checkpoint just a few stops away from his front door that is manned by real police officers 24/7. My dad's house is older and has a detached garage in the back. His backyard is surrounded by a brick wall with 2 wrought iron gates, neither of which have a lock on them, since everyone usually enters through the back door. It's really just inconvenient to have a padlock on the back gates that you constantly have to lock and unlock come rain or shine. The garage door can only be opened using a key code. Inside the back gate, on the side of the garage, is a small crawl-through space that was covered with a board at the time. We have no idea why this little weird space was put there, unless it once housed an AC unit for the previous owner's workshop in the garage. One weekend, my mum arrived and visited, and was looking through the garage for some of her things she had stored there. She was particularly looking for a large floral duffel bag where she stored her sewing machine. Her sewing machine was still in the garage, but the floral duffel was nowhere to be found. She asked my dad where it was, assuming that he had used it as a suitcase, since he does often travel overnight occasionally for work. He told her that he hadn't touched it, and that it should still be in the garage where she left it. They both shrug it off, assuming that one of them had misplaced it and forgotten where it was. Fast forward a couple of weeks later. My mother is back to visit my dad, and I'm also there with my daughter. My dad walks out the back door one morning and notices the board on the little crawl-through space was damaged, as if someone had been kicking it in. He decided to go into the garage to investigate. Soon after, he called my mum and I into the garage to see what he had found. There was a piece of rolled up newspaper that was charred black on one end. Someone had opened the back gate at night, kicked in the board over the crawl-through space, and lit a piece of newspaper on fire to use as a torch, as they glanced around the garage for, presumably, anything valuable. And the freaky part, they did all of this within 100 meters of a police security checkpoint, while all 4 of us were sleeping just outside the back door. And we were lucky they didn't find the spare house key hung on a nail inside the garage. My dad put 2 and 2 together and realized that this was probably the burglar's second entrance into the garage. A couple of weeks before, when my mum's floral duffel bag disappeared. My dad had noticed that the board covering the crawl-through space seemed loose, and had taken steps to tack it from the inside. He assumed that the burglar originally entered through the same space and stole the duffel bag, either planning to use it to store items that he would steal from other houses, or use it upon his return to my dad's garage a couple of weeks later to gather items of value. Perhaps he was spooked the first time and ran off. After the second incident, my dad had thicker boards nailed to the inside and outside of the crawl space. It remained untouched ever since. But to this day, my mum always thinks twice before opening that garage door when it's dark out. And my dad keeps a baseball bat right next to the back door. We're just glad the guy's makeshift newspaper torch didn't provide him enough light to find the spare house key and enter while we were asleep in our beds that night.
I just got home from a reasonably big night out. It's 4:30 a.m. and stinking hot in this part of Australia. I walked in the door, opened the fridge, and was so happy to find 3 icy cold beers. I take 2 of them, walk upstairs to bed, and read and drink myself into a boozy sleep. The first issue. The beers are not twisty tops. They need a bottle opener, and after some sloppy drunken attempts using the handle of a drawer by my bedside table, I head back downstairs to get an actual bottle opener. I turn on the kitchen lights, which are so bright they make the space behind my eyes burn. I squint around to find the bottle opener, which I can't find, so I use the solid edge of a large kitchen knife. It's a risky choice, but the bottle cap is now off the beer, and I'm happy. I turn off the alien blinding kitchen light and head upstairs, but something through the front of my house that looks onto the street catches my eye. I stop at the bottom stair, and all the hairs on the back of my neck and arms stand. I turn my head slowly, and my eyes and brain are trying to make sense of what I'm looking at. It looks like a rain-drenched woman in a fancy white dress gazing at me through the window. Wait, it actually is. I pause and take the longest inhale of my life. She's glaring at me like she hates me. She has mascara running down her face, and she is drenched from the rain. Her arms are extended like she's leaning her head towards me. Her body language was trying to say, "Look at me. Look of what you've done." I'm crapping myself, but the rational side of my brain kicks in and I think, oh crap. Does she need help? I slowly walk over to the window, her gaze still locked onto mine. We are now literally within a meter of each other, and I state loudly through the glass, "Are you okay? Do you need help? Is anyone with you?" Then it dawns on me my gate is locked, and there is an 8-foot-high fence which is very difficult to climb. How did she get in? She doesn't respond to my inquiry. She just keeps that hateful look in her eyes. We stood there looking at each other for another 30 seconds. I was looking around nervously, trying to make sense of this, and she was just glaring into my soul. And then she finally opened her mouth, as if to say something. But it wasn't words that came out of her. It was an insanely high-pitched meow. And then she started clawing at the window with her novelty-sized fingernails. What? I'm frozen. I don't know what to do. She clearly isn't well, not very well at all. Then, in the background behind the fence, I see another woman of 20-something years, dressed in a short black club dress, with the glow of her phone lighting up her face. She sees the woman in white at my window and yells, "Michelle, that's the wrong house." The rain-soaked, nightmarish Catwoman's eyes go from "I hate you, I want you to die" to "Oh my gosh, I'm so embarrassed." And she runs over to the fence An impressively army commando flings herself over it. I can then hear a group of ladies pissing themselves laughing, saying how Jason's house is number 25, not 23. That poor guy is probably gonna call the cops now. All that I know is that I'm so happy that I was on the receiving end of that misdirected prank, and I don't have to be killed by a well-dressed hybrid cat demon woman. And now I have to go back down to the kitchen to open my other beer, but I'm still too afraid.
This happened a number of years ago. At the time, I lived in Aberdeen, Scotland. I was a 24-year-old Scottish guy who shared a flat with a 27-year-old Romanian girl. We were friendly, but not friends, and on her birthday, she asked me if I wanted to go out for a few drinks with her and her friends. She worked at this really cheap and depressing stripper joint behind a bar, so could get free drinks. Fortunately, I already had plans, so declined her offer. I had been there before, and it was grim. So anyway, we both go out on separate nights out. I come home a little drunk about 2:30 or 3, grab some water, brush my teeth, and get into bed. I get woken up at 4 or 5 a.m. by some doors in the flat opening and closing, and what sounds like some drunken staggering. So I assume she's just a little drunk. No big deal. After a while, I can make her out talking quietly, and the lower tones of a man responding. I'm kinda surprised at this, as she never had once brought someone back from a night out. But hey, it's her birthday, and I'm not one to judge. Just to make sure they know they've woken me, however, and to try and make sure I don't have to hear anything more, I do a rather loud forced cough, so that they will hopefully keep it down. I hear a door close and think good, so I go back to sleep. We both slept in the next morning, but I'm up first and start making breakfast in the kitchen. Eventually she comes through, looking terrible after having been sick in the toilet. She starts getting some water, and I cheekily ask her, "Have fun last night then?" She kind of blearily responds, "Yeah, it was okay." And I'm like, "Nice try. I know you brought back a guy." And she goes white. Startled, she said, "That actually happened?" Confused by her reaction, I ask what she means. She responds, "I thought that was a bad dream." Turns out she didn't bring him back. He had followed her home. The lock at the entry to our block of flats was broken at the time. She had left the strip club after starting to feel really drunk and sick, and she hadn't locked the door to the flat itself as she came in, because she thought she was going to be sick. She rushed to the toilet, and when she went back to her bedroom, she got undressed and went into bed. She was almost asleep when she realized she wasn't alone in the room. She'd managed to stammer the question, "What do you want?" Alarmed, he loudly and hurriedly replied, "I just want water." She said, "I can get you some water," just trying to keep calm in the hopes it wouldn't escalate. And then they hear the cough. My extra loud and hopefully masculine sounding cough startled him, and the prospect of a man in the flat apparently scared him off, as he ran out the room. That, or the fact that she wasn't unconscious. She hurriedly locked the door and went back to bed and passed out. I made her report the incident to the police, and they immediately sent 2 officers round, and they interviewed her and scoured through CCTV. This was apparently not the first time this had happened in the area, and it appeared the man was working his way up to an attack of some kind. They said it was lucky I coughed and spooked him. They were also convinced that she had likely had something slipped into her drink, but she didn't want to have her urine tested. I think she had been doing some coke. They wanted to make sure she hadn't just mistakenly invited him back, and she pointed out that there was no chance of this, that she wasn't attracted to him at all. When they reviewed the CCTV, he could clearly be seen following her home, but they couldn't figure out where he went after he left. And I hope to never encounter an uninvited creep again. A few years back, I lived in an apartment complex. It wasn't in a bad part of town. I even lucked out, somehow managing to move into the same building as a handful of friends of mine. I thought it was awesome. A couple of months after living there, I noticed things missing. It was never anything big, like my laptop or Xbox, but my iPod and camera, and a couple of other small things vanished. I knew I just left them out in the open on the counter, but then they were gone. I figured I just misplaced them because, again, they were small items. A few times I'd get ready to leave, and my bottom lock would be locked. Now personally, I don't put much stock into doorknob locks. They've always seemed really flimsy to me, and not worth the effort, so I only ever used my deadbolt. When people would come over, I'd close the door behind them and automatically lock the deadbolt. It was a reflex. Even when I was home alone, the door was locked, but never the knob. I even felt safer using it because the deadbolt had no keyhole on the outside of the door for someone to pick. 3 times the doorknob was locked when I went to leave the house, and even though I never used it, I rationalized that sure, I probably did lock it myself. I mean, what else could it be? One day, after living there for about 7 months, I am sitting in my living room and I hear some shuffling by my front door. Since my apartment was a 1-bedroom and fairly small, I could hear it easily. I got up and moved closer, standing maybe 4 feet away from it. My heart sank as I watched my doorknob twist ever so slowly. It turned, then the door pushed in, stopped by my deadbolt. At an antagonizingly slow pace, the person on the other side pulled it closed. The door softly clicked, and I watched and listened as they slid a key into my lock and locked the doorknob. I didn't know what to do. Have you ever seen something that restarts your brain? It was so unfathomable that you can't just take in the information. That's what this was. I wish I could say I snuck up to the door and banged against it, scaring the crap out of whoever was on the other side. But I didn't. I didn't do anything, because my brain couldn't actually comprehend that someone with a key was trying to get into my apartment while I was home. The only thing that saved me was my deadbolt. And before anyone says it was a friend or my husband with a spare, no. I had the only 2 copies, I thought. Because my husband was deployed. Not even family had a spare. Everything snapped into place after that. Someone had been sneaking into my apartment and stealing stuff, and doing God knows what while I was gone, and then relocking the door behind me. And they'd attempted to do it while I was there, locking my doorknob. I mean, how many times had they been in my apartment when I wasn't home? There's no way for me to know for sure, because like I said before, I can't lock the deadbolt from the outside. Logically, I knew it had to be someone who worked in the office, a maintenance man most likely. But since I didn't look through the peephole, I couldn't find out which of the 4 guys who worked there it was. About 6 months after moving out, a friend who still lived there told me that all of the maintenance men had been fired, because all of them were reported creeping around apartments and likely suspected of stealing. While this isn't outright terrifying like some of these other stories, it's still scary, at least to me. And it's another reminder to lock your doors, even when you're home. I am 19 years old today, and I want to mention that this happened while I was in elementary school, perhaps 3rd or 4th grade. I was definitely a lot younger. At the time, I lived in an apartment complex, and I was on the 2nd floor of the building. I lived with my mother, father, and my cat. The apartment wasn't small, but it wasn't huge either. 2 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms, with a living room and kitchen that were connected, and of course, being on the 2nd floor, we had a cute little balcony outside that you could access from the living room. So, I had overheard my mum talking about more than a few break-in attempts that had happened in the other building of the complex. Of course, being a kid, I heard everything. And though I remember most things I heard, they never really stuck with me or were processed in my mind. I was in my own little world. Plus, nothing like that had ever really happened to me before. So, why would it now? Right? I had been in a particularly good mood the day this happened. I had everything go my way, and nothing world-ending like losing my favourite rainbow pencil or breaking my butterfly-painted binder had happened. I went to school, had fun, came home, played with my friends, and even stopped by the complex's office to get some of the candy they always had in a huge dish on the table in front of the entrance. Before I knew it, the day was over, and I was ready for bed. I fell asleep quickly with no worries, hoping I'd have another great day tomorrow. I woke up at about 12:30 or 1 a.m. that night to go to the bathroom and get a drink. I walked into the kitchen, grabbed a juice, and walked into the living room area and looked out the glass door onto the balcony, where I noticed my mother forgot to shut the blinds. I tiptoed towards the door and began to close the blinds when I saw a ladder propped up against the railing of the balcony. I cupped my hands around my eyes and pressed my face up to the window so that I could make sure I was actually seeing what I thought I saw. I was right. There it was, the top of a ladder. I was about to go and wake my mum and ask her where the ladder came from, when I saw a hand reach up the last bar of the ladder. I didn't necessarily know that whoever's that hand belonged to was trying to break into my house, but I had the most gut-wrenching feeling that they weren't supposed to be climbing up my balcony at this time, or any time for that matter. I felt like I had to act fast, like by the time I went and got my mother, they would already be prepared to hurt me and my parents. I did the only thing I could do to scare them off. I flipped the balcony light off and back on again. Before I even had time to flick the light again, I heard the ladder fold back up and saw about 4 or 5 guys take off across the parking lot that my balcony overlooked. Then I saw something that horrified me. They were all carrying bats and crowbars, and one of them even had what looked like a pistol in his hand. I thought about running and telling my mum, and I honestly didn't know why I didn't. I ran back into my room and hid under the covers and stayed awake for hours, listening for anything that might be something else trying to break in, and I eventually, somehow, fell asleep. I didn't tell my mother until years later for some reason, and I haven't had a break-in experience since. That's it though. Thanks to everyone who took the time to hear this, and to the guys who tried to break into my apartment. Let's not meet. This happened when I was about 12 to 13. During this time, my brother was diagnosed with cancer, so my mum was often at the hospital with him. She would randomly come home during the day to do laundry, pick up stuff, eat, and the like. At this time, my mother, brother, and I were also living at my grandparents' house. My grandparents have a 2-story house with a basement. There is a front door, and to the left, a staircase leading downstairs. The basement had 2 bedrooms, a living room, and a bathroom. When you entered the basement, you were immediately in the living room, which is where my mother slept. Then, you would go down a hall and find my room halfway down the hall, across from the bathroom, and my brother's room at the end of the hall. Sorry for the context. Anyway, one day I was extremely ill and stayed home sick. Both of my grandparents were at work, and my mother was at the hospital with my brother. I was laying in bed, sleeping, when I was woken up by a really loud stomping coming from upstairs. I assumed it was my mum just coming home to get stuff and was pissed she was running around like a lunatic. I sat up in bed to go upstairs to yell at her, but when I sat up, it felt like my brain had a heartbeat and was beating against my skull. So I just laid back down and went back to sleep. I'm not sure if this next part actually happened, or if I just think it did because I was delusional from a fever. I swear, I kept hearing someone coming downstairs, as our stairs were quite noisy. At the time, I slept with the TV in my room on, so I thought the people/person kept hearing the TV and got freaked out. So I'd say maybe half an hour to an hour later, I woke up, forgetting the whole thing happened, and called my mum. She tells me to go upstairs and get some Dayquil to help me feel better. So I open my door, leading upstairs, and it's just freezing. So I stop for a minute and think, that's weird. I slowly walk up my stairs, and my door is kicked wide open, and there's stuff everywhere. I immediately ran back downstairs and tried calling my mum, who of course didn't answer. So I call my grandma instead, and she tells me that I need to call the police. I call the police, and they tell me to go wait on the driveway. So I do. And of course, as soon as the cops and I are talking, the school bus, taking all the people I went to school with, passed right by my house. As soon as my grandma got home, she gave me the biggest hug, and I just lost it. I think it was the first time since I pieced it all together I finally felt safe again. They ended up taking a portable DVD player, a Canon camera, and worst of all my great-grandmother's jewellery who had just passed away. I often think about what would have happened if I'd gone upstairs, and I don't think it would have been anything good. A few years ago, my roommate and I lived on the 3rd floor and the back side of an apartment building. She was in the process of moving out though, so it was mostly just my dog, George Washington, and I. I knew just about every neighbour in my building, and from what I knew they were super chill. In order to understand this story, I need to explain the way my apartment was set up. In order to get to my door to enter our apartment, you would have to pass by my window, which was a very long window in my bedroom. I never had any issues, until about 2 a.m. on a Saturday. Well, technically Sunday. I heard footsteps on the walkway outside my window, and saw a shadow pass it. I usually am a groggy person when I first wake up, but ever since it had been just me, I was more aware of my surroundings, so it jolted me awake. I had a nightstick under my bed, so I grabbed it and debated about what to do for the next 30 seconds. I opened up my bedroom door quietly, right in front of our main entrance, and started to notice the handle jiggle ever so slightly. Clearly at this point, I knew I could either A. shit my pants, B. get attacked, or C. scare the person off. Choice A seemed like the most likely for my personality type, but choice C it was. I turned on the lights outside, kicked the outside door as loudly as I could, and screamed a string of words that would make a sailor blush. I heard footsteps quickly turn and walk the other way. I called my stepdad, who thankfully lived close by, and he came by to check on me and wanted me to stay with them. But I said I would be fine and he went off. The next morning I got up and got ready for church, not really thinking about the night before. I returned home shortly after and was texting on my phone as I reached to get my keys and put them into the lock of my front door. I couldn't find the keyhole though, so I looked up and noticed that my entire lock had been bashed in. It hadn't really set in what happened yet, so I opened the door and looked in. A lot of my stuff was gone. Television, computers, jewellery. They left the dog there unharmed. The irony is, I got him to be my best friend and guard dog, and he only fulfills one of those roles. My brain caught up to my surroundings, so I grabbed George and ran outside to call the police. They came out, guns drawn, as they cleared my apartment. It felt surreal to talk with forensics in your own residence. They never found out who did it, and in the end it worked out okay. A lot of the jewellery they stole was from an ex, who I had intentions of pawning anyway, and renter's insurance covered that, so I got some sweet new technology upgrades. However, I am still very unsettled internally about that night and day, particularly about that night. I replay it and often wonder what would have happened if I hadn't have woken up, or if the person hadn't easily been so turned away. It's also very unsettling to know that they were watching me, waiting for me to leave to church so that they could break in. Ever since that day, I keep my head on a swivel and pay extremely close attention to my surroundings, particularly when I get home. So to the thieving assholes who scared me and stole my stuff, let's not meet again.
I remember the day very vividly. I was in first grade, my sister in preschool. My dad was out at work for the day, and my mum, who's a stay-at-home mum, was home with my sister and I. My mum had gone upstairs to shower, since it was morning, while my sister and I were downstairs on the couch watching Bob the Builder. My sister went outside to the car to grab something. The way my house is set up is that our family room, where we were watching TV, connects to our kitchen, which connects to our garage. In order to get to the car outside, my sister opened up the door leading to the garage, then opened up the garage door by pushing a button. She then walked out to the car, retrieved whatever she needed, and came back in. I guess she didn't push the button to close the garage door, and she must have left the door leading inside from the garage unlocked. Well, she was 4, and she didn't think anything of it. About a half hour elapses, and my mum comes downstairs frantically with a towel around, asking if we had taken her jewellery from her upstairs bedroom. Certainly not me. Although I was a 6-year-old girl, I wasn't interested in jewellery. My sister assured my mum she didn't take it either. Then my mum had asked if I was upstairs at all while she was washing up. No, I was downstairs watching TV with my sister. Why? She told me she had heard footsteps, and whilst was in the shower, had called out my name, but we didn't respond. At this point, I was a very good whistler, and my parents knew that I could whistle.
My sister, however, couldn't blow a sound. Well, if it wasn't my sister and it wasn't me, who could have taken all her jewellery from my mum's jewellery box, even the one which she had lost the key to? My mum wrangled my sister and I outside the house in panic, still with only a towel over her, and she phoned the police and my dad. She asked my sister, "Are you sure you didn't take it? Or that your friends and you yesterday didn't play with it?" Again, my sister said no. A police officer came and searched the house and my mum's room. Being 6, I was curious and confused, so I asked some of the officers what they were doing, and kindly they explained the procedure. We never ended up finding out who the criminal was. They must have come through the garage door, which meant they would have passed my sister and me sitting on the couch. Luckily, they only wanted jewellery and not to take children, because the committer could have easily taken us as well while my mum was busy showering. I can't help but wonder what would have happened if they'd have taken us. Many of our friends and family told my parents that it could have been the painter we hired. We were getting the house painted that summer, and we trusted the man painting our house, so we would leave him alone while we went out for lunch or on our boat. Since the robbery, I've been skittish home alone. We got an alarm system, better locks, and a guard dog that same year. I would have terrible thoughts after the experience that a man would come through my window and hurt me, or sneak into the house again. My dad would have to show me videos of our breed of guard dog attacking people with protective clothes on, so that I could see my dog would defend us. To this day, I hate being home alone. The slightest sound sets me on edge, and I'll reach for the nearest bat or anything I could to defend myself while I search the house. My mum also had a tough time afterwards vacuuming the house alone, since she wanted to hear every sound. So to the man that burglarized my home, took all my mother's childhood jewellery and special jewellery, let's not meet again. We grew up in a small Midwestern factory town. Snowy, freezing winters and sweltering hot summers. My parents, mother and stepdad barely made ends meet. We moved from trailer home to cramped apartment multiple times over. When I was in 4th grade, my family finally bought a house. Not just any house, an enormous house. The only problem was that the house was split into a triplex, meaning 3 families could live there in separate quarters. Since we were still dirt poor, my parents, of course, had to rent out 2 of the 3. This meant our family of 6 lived in a 2-bedroom shack section of the home. The 2nd bedroom was really just a living room off the kitchen, which I shared with my sister and youngest brother. The door to our home was in the kitchen. My dog Pepe was a natural brawn protector. He weighed about 10 pounds, but he didn't let anything past his sight without an alert. It's 3 a.m. on a 100-degree August night with 0 air conditioning, windows with too many holes in the screens to leave open, as Midwest equals mosquitoes. Fans are running on full blast throughout the space, and I wake up to Pepe barking furiously at the end of my bed. At first, I just stared at him and asked him to be quiet, figuring that he had heard a noise from one of the neighbors. Then I hear a shuffle from the kitchen. I turned left and started to try and focus past the bright lights over the kitchen sink. Then I saw something move slightly, and upon meeting each other's gaze, they froze. There were 2 men standing in the kitchen. I will never forget their faces to this day. We just stared at each other for what felt like minutes. Pepe didn't back down, but he also wasn't about to leave his post at the end of my bed. We had saved Pepe from an abusive home earlier that year in the freezing winter. he took his job pretty seriously. His bark was so loud, I couldn't even think to scream. My naked mother suddenly flies out of the bedroom next to us, screaming at the two men. All that I remember is her screaming, confrontation, and her chest swinging wildly in the bright glare from the kitchen light. The tallest man, at least 6'5", quietly looks at her and says, "Wrong house." Connects eyes with me, and they both turn and exit, never to be seen again. My parents decided after that we should start locking our door at night. They justified the men by saying they were probably looking for the neighbors. They didn't call the police.
This happened 5 years ago, 2 weeks before my 15th birthday. My family, parents and younger brother and I, had just moved into a relative's house since ours was being remodeled and repainted. It was just a matter of 1 month, but my brother and I were still pretty excited to be moving to a new house. The day we moved, our parents had to go to a friend's birthday party, but since it was a school night, my brother and I stayed home and had pizza for dinner. When the clock hit our bedtime, we went to bed almost immediately, as our parents are pretty strict about curfews. I should mention that in our new house, we were sharing this room that had a single bed in the corner and a mattress that we got from our old place on the floor, parallel to the door. I got the bed and my brother slept on the floor. We switched off all the lights save the night light and went to bed. But instead of sleeping, just started chatting, as we hadn't shared a room in forever. While we spoke, I felt like I heard something downstairs a few times, but I wasn't sure. I was certain that it wasn't my parents though. My mum had a habit of coming into our rooms to ensure we were asleep every time my parents came back home from another outing at night. So I asked my brother if he had heard anything, and naturally he told me I was a moron and flipped me off. I didn't hear anything anymore, so I went to sleep. Right when I was about to drift off, I felt something crawl into bed with me. Something that was shaking like a leaf in a tornado. I almost screamed, but soon realized it was my brother. He wasn't shaking, he was crying. He told me there was someone outside our door. I didn't even think he was joking. He was too shaken up to do that, and I could see tears on his cheeks thanks to the nightlight. I almost immediately realized that he must have seen someone through the gap between the door and the floor, as his bed was placed such that if he laid on his side, he was facing the door. I stood absolutely still for 10 seconds, whispered to my brother to hide under the bed, moved very slowly towards the door without making any noise, and deadbolted it. Despite my best efforts, I did make a loud clunk noise, and not a second later, I swear I saw the knob turn, and with great force too. The person tried the knob a few more times, then started banging the door, not saying a single word. The whole time I was leaning against the door, scared that it would give in if the person was like super strong. Looking back, I realized that wasn't possible. Anyway, this guy banged on our door for 10 minutes straight, and I joined my brother in his crying, and quite audibly so. Now that I think about it, what I mean is they must have definitely realized we were just kids. When the banging stopped, we heard the person run downstairs, but neither my brother or I dared to move an inch. We didn't have cell phones in our room either, and I sure as hell wasn't going to go down to check if it was safe. When my parents finally did get home, they started shouting at us because the front door was left wide open. Only when they came into our door and we heard their voices individually
Confirming that they were indeed our parents, did we open the door. The police were called. They checked the house and made sure it was safe for us. What was weird was that nothing valuable was missing. Everything from my dad's work laptop to our PlayStation was untouched. I don't think they ever did catch the person, because we never got a call from the police. Whoever the psycho was, let's not meet again. I live in a small cul-de-sac in the middle of nowhere. The next nearest neighborhood is over 4 miles away. One night a few years ago, we got over 1.5 feet of snow overnight. So far from the main road and on the weekend, I knew that our roads would remain unplowed for quite some time. I went to my back deck door to admire the snow-draped trees and the still heavily falling flurries when I noticed footprints leading to my door and then turning around and leaving. I looked and saw that they came from my neighbor's side and thought that one of their more delinquent kids played a joke as my sledding tube on the rail was popped. I decided I'd wait till later, as it was too early to call their parents. I went on Facebook after scrolling for a bit and noticed one of my neighbors closer to the entrance posted, "Did someone knock for me or something at the back door?" I immediately called her and told her that I had an idea. I called the first house on the entrance and told him what was going on. He went and checked, and sure enough, they were there too. Everyone started calling everyone else. I called the family at the far end, and they told me there was none there. Then I got a call from my next door neighbor. She called the woman that lives next to the end house, and she said that there were footprints that led to her door, but none that led away. We already called the police at this point, but we now called them back and said it's an emergency. They told us that the roads were still all unplowed, and they can't send a plow truck to clear the way as they're a privately owned company. The woman was losing it, so one of the husbands, who's a huge bear of the man from across the road, texted her to say he was coming over, to invite her over. He came and she left. We put up one guy's live feed motion recording hunting cameras facing all exits. Nothing came out. At around 7 p.m, a plow truck came as well as 3 cop cars. The couple she was staying with and her went to her house and stood in the doorway as the police searched. They found nothing, and she begged them to keep looking, so they did. 2 of the cops went into the basement again. This time only one came up. He took her to the side room, and we could hear hysterical crying. Me and a few of the other guys started towards the door when several police confronted us. They told us they found someone hiding under a cover opening in the stairwell that she didn't even know existed. A few minutes later, a scruffy man came out kicking and screaming in cuffs and was led away. In his little camp, they found blankets she'd just cleaned and put away, in the next room to hers. She stayed in other people's houses for a long time before going back. Even then, she wouldn't stay alone and sold the house next summer. He turned out to be a thrill-seeking junkie who was on probation for assault against a family member. The cops told us that they feel like he didn't want to stay at his apartment after a fight with his roommate and drove off in his roommate's car from the county over and got stuck on our unplowed roads. We all were called as witnesses in the case, and he took some electronics from her basement. But we couldn't get him on that since he never left with the stuff. It was about 4 months of court. Anyway, this is why you lock your doors. There were definitely a lot of sketchy things about the neighborhood I lived in. For instance, the previous resident of the house which was next to mine had died from overdosing on drugs. A meth house burnt down the road last year, and about 2 months ago, there was a shooting down the road at 2 a.m. And a week before, there was an attempted break-in at one of our neighbours. For some background, I was in a temporary house with my cousin and his wife and baby. I had my own little experience, but you'd need to know what his wife experienced to make it all the more creepier. So this starts off nearly a month ago, while me and my cousin were at work. His wife heard a knocking on the front door and assumed it was just my stepdad, who usually comes over by his voice. He has a key to the house, so just decides to let him open the key by himself. But he just kept knocking and asking if anyone was home. She started to get a bit worried and called my stepdad to see if it was him. It wasn't. He says our address and then states he's from Apple trying to deliver a package. The thing is, the closest Apple store is about an hour and a half away, and we hadn't ordered anything. He leaves after about 20 minutes, and then my stepdad comes over and takes her to his house. He suspected our neighbours were being watched by robbers, thinking about breaking in soon. But imagine if she'd decided to open the door alone with a baby. Nothing else happens, but we're still on guard. Fast forward to this week. My cousin's family temporary stay is over, and they leave. So I'm home alone that day. I'm moving my things to my parents for now. I'm taking out some Amazon boxes to the garbage, and decide, with that sketchy encounter, I should probably scratch out my information on the box with my pocket knife. I flip open and start, but I hear a rustling in the woods. I look for a second, expecting nothing more than a squirrel or a loose dog that's always coming around. But I see a person in a white hoodie from what I guess would be about 25 feet away. The rustling stops, and I can't see them anymore due to the dense trees. I'm stunned for a few seconds. I'm the only one there, and I only have a pocket knife. I don't even run inside for some reason, I just casually walk. Once I get inside, I stand in the kitchen, maybe being too scared to move. I think, what should I do? Call the cops? Call one of my parents? I just decide to call my stepdad, who luckily for me, was already on the way to the house to collect some stuff. He arrives 10 minutes later and looks around and doesn't find anything or anyone. I leave to work with all my valuables already in the car before this happened, and I'm definitely not going back alone for the rest of my things. Now I'm glad we're all out of that place. I'm hoping they don't decide to break in while nobody's home, but there really is nothing of value left, unless they want to steal my leftover clothes and blankets. The thought of having to live in fear because some scum want to try and steal our stuff irritates me. I hope we never meet. This story goes back 3 months or so. For background, my wife and I live in a gated community in the city of Chicago. Because of this, we see very few people in our neighborhood outside of fellow homeowners. We have an 8-year-old husky / German Shepherd mix who thinks he's more lapdog than guard dog. The only time he barks is at the 2 neighbors' dogs every day at 7:30 a.m., 1 p.m. and 10 p.m. as they walk out and back in the neighborhood. For whatever reason, he strongly dislikes those 2 dogs and angrily barks at them, despite years of us trying to get him to stop. Outside seeing those dogs, he's the most calm and friendly dog out there. Every so often, our dog will see or hear the occasional raccoon or possum on our back deck, and do a more excited and upbeat bark, the kind where he wants us to let him out to go snag some fresh city pest. This may happen 2 or 3 times a year. This brings us to August or September. I am awoken by my dog barking at the back door, and it does not sound like a familiar bark of his. This barking continues and becomes more intense. It has an urgency and a sound of peril I have not heard before from him. I look at my clock, and it's about 2:30 a.m. This is incredibly abnormal, and I begin to feel very uneasy. Our bedroom faces the back of our house, so I go to the window and glance out, down onto the deck. Living in the city, it's never fully dark out. This, combined with the glow from our kitchen under cabinet lights we leave on as night lights, allow me to see a hooded man standing at my back door. His hands are at his sides, and he's staring into my house, seemingly oblivious to the sounds of my dog, who is clearly threatened by him. He's not leaning towards the door, straining to see what might be inside, as if trying to decide whether we're worth robbing. He's just standing there erect, with his hands straight down his sides. I grab my phone and go to the home app to turn on my outdoor string lights hung above the deck, which I have on a smart outlet. The lights come on, and the hooded man startles. He looks around to his sides and behind him, then runs off through my neighbor's yard, never to be seen again.
This happened 4 years ago, at my then girlfriend's house. She lived out in the sticks of North Carolina, with the neighbors on either side about a half-mile away. Her parents and older brother were home, and for context, we were both 15 at the time. It was around 11 p.m. on a Saturday, and a car pulled into the driveway. The headlights shined through my girlfriend's bedroom window, and we heard a car door shut. My girlfriend and I figured it was a family friend or someone who was coming to hang out and drink with her parents. We didn't pay it much mind. About 10 minutes later, my ex's father comes into the room looking frantic. He tells us to lock the windows and grab her gun just to be safe. He walked out of the front door, and we sat with her mum and brother in the kitchen. Her dad comes back around 2 minutes later, walks into his bedroom, comes out with a handgun, and walks out the front door again. We had no idea what was going on, but soon we heard her dad yelling. Then he walks back inside saying he took care of the situation. He told us there was a car parked in the driveway with the headlights off and a person in the driver's seat. He said that he reached for the door handle, but the person looked up and whipped it in reverse out of their driveway. However, he thought that there was still someone in the woods because of the car that we'd heard, so he walked back outside with a flashlight and his gun. When he came back in, he told us to lock everything and for all of us to stay in one room. He said that as he was walking around the house, he shined his flashlight into the woods, and there was a trail of reflectors that was stuck to the trees leading from the road to the house. He fired his gun a few times to hopefully scare them away. Thankfully, nothing else happened. It was a nerve-wracking experience nonetheless. Was this someone planning on robbing us? No idea. But I'm glad I didn't have to find out. We all sat and slept in the living room together, and I left the next day. This happened a few weeks ago. I recently graduated from college with a degree in biology, but decided to take a minute for myself before applying for medical school. My school was in a dangerous area,
and I still rent in the area because my roommate is a master's student at the same university. We live about 5 blocks off campus, on a street where you wouldn't want to be caught alone at night. One day, I was by myself in our apartment, jamming to some tunes, and I heard banging on the door. This was odd, because my apartment is in a row home style, with 2 other apartments below me, and a front door, which I had most certainly locked behind me when I entered the building about 10 minutes prior. It was also concerning, because I'm a 5-foot-tall woman, and currently alone. Since we live on the top floor, nobody but my roommate and I ever go up to the 3rd floor, and I have not recently subbed a maintenance request. I turned the music off and sat still for a moment. The banging started once more. Now I recognized that this was stupid, but I walked to the front door and opened it, and see in the tiniest crack a large, dirty, heavy-set man with a beard on the other side. I asked, "Can I help you?" He looked me in the eye and said, "I'm here to fix the air conditioning leak. You need to let me inside the unit so I can make the repairs. My management company only has 1 regular maintenance worker who I was familiar with, and I'd never seen the man standing at my door previously." He took a step forward and I quickly said, "Wrong place," and slammed and locked the door. Initially, I wasn't too concerned, because maybe he was at the wrong place. I emailed my landlord to ask about maintenance reports in the area, to which she replied, "The company have an HVAC technician out today, but none to your address." What did he look like? After describing him as a large, heavier white man with a full beard, she responded, "That's not our guy. He's a small, thin man. Not sure who that was." Now, I'm worried about my safety, because clearly someone has keys to our building, and even my management company can't account for who he could have been. They will also not change the front door locks, so I'm kind of on my own on this one. I hope he doesn't come knocking again.
It was Sunday afternoon, and my boyfriend and I had just got home from a weekend camping trip. We unpacked quickly, and he went to the shower right away before he had to leave for work. I anxiously kept unpacking everything, and hated the fact that I would be alone in the house until around 11 p.m. when he got back home. Our house is old, creepy, and kind of secluded. After he left, it was my turn to shower. I always made sure to shower when it was light outside, so I wouldn't be as paranoid about every noise. I got out of the shower, wrapped my hair in a towel, and threw my house coat on, laying on my bed playing on my phone. Then, I heard the front door handle jiggling loudly. I waited for a moment, and heard the front door jiggle more aggressively. Feeling irritated, I immediately assumed my boyfriend forgot his work keys, house keys, or phone, and had to turn back, meaning he'd be late for work. I got off the bed annoyed, and went to open the door for him. When I got to the door, I saw a strange man staring back at me through the door window. He was holding the door handle and turning it. We made eye contact, and his eyes went wide. He took off running, and I ran to the back door to make sure it was locked. I grabbed my phone and frantically checked every window to see if the man was in the backyard. We don't have any fences, and live in a wooded area. I couldn't see him or find him. At the time, I didn't know if he came, because he knew I was home alone, or if he'd been waiting watching the house and saw it had been empty for the past few days. Either way, I grabbed my car keys, scooped up the dog, and got the hell out of there. This happened about 6 months ago. First off, I work graveyard shift, 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. And my weekends are Wednesdays and Thursdays. None of my local friends know where I live yet, and on our door we have a wreath that covers the peephole and doorknob, which has since been moved. My wife was not home when this occurred. She was thankfully at work when it all went down. I got home at roughly 7 a.m., excited to begin my weekend of gaming and spending time with the wife. The usual. I'm doing my normal routine of eating some breakfast, and after cracking open the bottle of whiskey I bought, start up my game. I use a pair of decent noise-cancelling headphones when I game, so I can't hear much of anything unless I pay attention. Around 8:30 a.m. I hear a knock. I heard this though because I'm just sitting in the lobby of a game waiting for my buddy to get back. I ignore it initially and go back to scrolling on Facebook while waiting. Not 10 seconds later, I hear it again and the doorbell rings. I now get up because it might be the landlord or something. Without checking, I unlock the door and it pushes open, and I get punched in the head, and I fall to the floor. I get up fairly quickly, and I bolt to my room where I have an old Lee Enfield rifle laying against the wall. I grab it and point it to the intruder as he's unplugging things from my PC. He sees it and yells, "Oh crap!" and bolts out the still open door. I call the police and let the apartment manager know what had just happened. The aftermath. So the police show up pretty quickly and take my statement. I tell them everything that happened, and the officer tells me he's sorry that it happened, and they'll send patrol around once an hour for the next week. They ended the conversation with, "If we catch the guy, would you want to press charges for assault?" Yes. Okay, sounds good. Honestly, we're probably not going to find this guy, seeing as nothing was stolen, and you weren't injured too badly. So, because I wasn't taken to the hospital, that means nothing happened, basically. So they said that they were going to close the case. The other officers there asked me about the rifle I used. I told him it wasn't functional, and that since it was so old I didn't need it registered. More of a prop than anything. I still had to show him, and the officer pulls the bolts open and does a general inspection and confirms there isn't a firing pin in the bolt. Turns out he was a weapons enthusiast. It's not relevant. So to the home invader who gave me a black eye, let's not meet again.
This was 2 weeks ago now. I live in a small apartment, a safe one. But anyway, I live alone and no one else has a key to my place. I had had some friends over for dinner. It was late. I said I would do the dishes in the morning. I give the cat some water and turn off the lights. Head to bed. I wake up about 5 to go for a run, flip the lights on, throw on my gear about to head out, and stop to feed the cat. Then I notice my trash can is about 10 feet from its regular spot, which I thought was odd. I am OCD about its placement, so I put it back. But then I noticed the scariest thing. My dishes are all done. They're all put away. My kitchen is spotless. I know I didn't have that much to drink. So by now I'm freaked out. I call the cops. The guys show up and ask what's wrong. I tell them everything. They're just as shocked as I am. No signs of forced entry or anything. The only difference was my kitchen had been cleaned as I slept, and I go to my best friend's apartment while they investigate. They turn up nothing. I'm crapping my pants upon returning to my apartment. I have no clue what to think. I don't believe in the supernatural. But when this happens, small thoughts become big ones. So I truly believed that something supernatural was haunting me for giggles. But an hour later, my neighbor knocks on the door and asks why the cops showed up. I tell her the story. She laughs and tells me she got drunk and Googled how to lockpick, practiced on my door, and then did all my dishes as compensation. I asked her how hard it was to lockpick the door, because it can't be easy, and she tells me this was the 10th time she had tried lockpicking my door, and this time was the first time she'd been successful. But she was drunk every single time. I was just haunted by a drunk woman who was bored. I was probably 7 or 8 years old. As a sheer coincidence one night, my older sister's bed broke. I had a double bed, so my parents told us we had to share for the night. No big deal. Probably at around 2 a.m, my sister shakes me awake, saying she needed to go to the bathroom. I told her to go, and said something about, "Why did you wake me up?" She insisted that I go with her to watch the door. That was something we did when we were much younger and afraid of monsters. I again just told her to go and leave me alone. She started to physically drag me from the bed, so I finally caved in and walked with her, and I was pretty much sleepwalking and only woke up when I noticed she was walking right past the bathroom. I asked her where she was going, and she said, to Mum and Dad's room. Now I'm confused. We get to my Mum and Dad's bed, and she starts to wake up Mum. Mum was a super heavy sleeper, so it wasn't surprising when Dad woke up first, slightly annoyed. He asked her what was wrong, and very quietly, nonchalantly, she says that someone crawled into bed with us. Dad sat up and had to ask what she meant, and she said, "Someone crawled into bed with us, Dad. I thought it was you, but it didn't smell like you." Dad immediately jumps up, grabs the revolver he kept under the bed, and heads to my room. I thought my sister was lying, until my dad flipped the light in my room on, and sure enough, there was a man laying in my bed. That woke me up. Dad put the barrel to his forehead and asked, "What the hell do you think you're doing in my son's bed? You better think real good about what you say next." The guy was clearly confused and looked like he was about to crap himself. He rubbed his eyes and started swearing to himself. By now my mother had called the cops and the sirens were getting closer. Dad tells the guy to get up and to walk to the kitchen, all while at gunpoint. The cops arrest him and haul him away. Apparently, what happened was he was a high schooler who had attended a party a few blocks away. He got drunk and started walking to his grandma's house. Her house was north, and he went south. He got to our house thinking it was hers, tried the locks, and got mad, thinking she had locked him out. He punched out the window in the back door, unlocked it from the inside, and made his way to his room to sleep it off. Thankfully, my parents were pretty cool and didn't crucify the kid. They made him pay for the door and requested he attend rehab, which he did. Still, not a great way to wake up. This happened maybe 6 years ago now. I had just graduated college and was working at a little ad agency in my city. I was living in a cramped one-bedroom apartment with my unemployed girlfriend and my unemployed cat. It was a little 6-story building, with maybe 20 apartments total just off Main Street. There was no security guard at the entrance of the building, but an automatically locking door that required a key code to enter. The 4th floor was home to a few students and couples, and my apartment was right next to a vacant studio, making it pretty quiet most of the time. After a long night in the office the night before, I didn't feel up for going into work, so I called out and turned off my alarm. I cuddled up to my girlfriend in hopes of sleeping till noon. At around 10 a.m, pounding on my front door woke both of us up, and I went to check it out. "Just a minute," I yelled, as I threw on a shirt and sweatpants, expecting a surprise visit from the maintenance man or something. In my groggy state, I couldn't really tell that anything was off, but I peeked through the peephole and didn't see anyone. Opening the door felt different somehow, and I immediately noticed a large depression in the wall 2 to 3 feet from my door. Looking down, I could see shards of wood that had broken free from the casing around the door, and I noticed the wood beginning to separate at the hinges. The hair on the back of my neck raised as I pieced together the scene. Someone had been trying to kick my door down and was pressing themselves against the wall for support. It scared us both for a while, and we slid a couch in front of the door before bed each night for a few months after that. I'm not sure what their intentions were that day, and we moved soon after. But I could never stop questioning what would have happened if they had heard my girlfriend's voice instead of mine. When I was a kid, my brother and I would get stuck with babysitting the neighbor's kid. His name was Alex. Alex was really fond of my Lego set that I had in the corner of my room, facing the window. He would play for hours, staying preoccupied, while my brother and I would play video games in the living room. So one night when I fell asleep on the couch while babysitting, my brother came by to me and said, "Alex is under your bed shaking." I asked, "What's wrong with him?" My brother told me to follow him to the room and try to talk him back out from under the bed. I go inside and find him on the verge of tears as he's trembling profusely under my bed. I asked him, "What's wrong? Why are you under there?" He whimpered, "Him," while looking at the sliding closet. As I walked towards the bed in order to help him out, he ran. He ran all the way back over to his house and waited on his front steps until his parents got home. Now, my parents were out to dinner with his, and he explained the whole story in detail to both his parents and mine. His explanation sent shivers down my spine when my brother and I left the house to meet up with his parents and find out what happened. My mum told me that Alex was playing with my Legos and heard a slight murmur from my closet, something that resembled a faint vocalization of, "Come here." He said that he looked behind him and noticed the closet had a slight opening with a light peering out from my lamp. He stared at the crack until he saw an eyelid open. He told us there was a man in my closet, and Alex then hid under the bed and he gave out a slight yelp, which attracted my brother's attention. My family rushes back to my house, and in horror, we find my closet door rocked open and a few things missing. My window had been left open when it was previously closed. A few things had been knocked over which hadn't previously been touched. We still didn't know what force we were reckoning with after that event. Thank God that nothing more severe happened. I had awesome parents who let me sleep in the living room on weekend nights when I was very young, because my sister was a light sleeper and I could lay awake until dawn. But of course, I always end up sleeping on the couch because Nick at night made me tired. So one night, I wake up to this prickly feeling, like an insect, just bolted into a sitting position, and I started staring out the window. We live in rural Georgia, so you can imagine the magnitude of trees in perfect light cast from the moon. I see a silhouette of someone in this tree. The family dog dashes to the window and is snarling into the glass. Terrified, I run into my parents' room and try to explain to my parents that there is a strange person outside. Dad grabs something defensive and darts outside with the dog to beat the wax off the hothead. I tremble in Mama's arms until Dad comes home and says he saw no one and goes to bed. I decide to sleep in my regular bed. I fill in my sister as to what happened. Dad is making regular sounds in the house with a cup of coffee, and we are still, and I finally think that I can sleep. Nope. I notice the man outside my window. From what I can see in the moonlight, he gives me a hush signal and runs away. Just turns around and runs in a straight line away. I swear, I couldn't stop crying for what felt like hours.
This happened around 6 months ago. So a little backstory. The way my backyard is, it leads to my garage. My backyard is more of a deck. Anyway, a few weeks prior to this creepy guy, there were a lot of cops in my area. This is a low crime rate town. Nothing big ever happens here. Maybe a stabbing every 3 years or a shooting every 5. And the cops were looking for this creepy guy. So one night I'm home alone. I'm playing some video games in the basement when I hear a loud bang outside near my garage. So I go upstairs to investigate. I look outside and my garage light is on. I think it's my girlfriend just getting home from work, so I'm standing there for about 5 minutes waiting for her to come through the garage door. Nothing. So I call my girlfriend and ask her if she's home. She tells me she won't be home for an hour. I'm in shock now, because I didn't leave that light on. I ended up calling the police. They came by and checked the garage. They told me someone was in there because everything was thrown about, and the cop that came said he would sit outside my house until my girlfriend got home. My girlfriend arrives and the cop bids me goodbye. I thought maybe it was just some kids. So my girlfriend then goes up to bed while I made some food. I ate, went out for a smoke, and get out my light when I looked towards my gate. That's when I heard a noise at my side gate. I look over, and there's some mid-40s guy just staring at me. "What are you doing?" I ask. I think I was in shock. He tries to open my gate. I threw my smoke at him and ran into the house and locked the door. I called the cops and told them what happened, and they came by again 5 minutes later. They told me no one was around, but believed he was there because the gate was wide open. I haven't seen him since, but this sure scared me. 2 years ago, I was in my living room playing Call of Duty at about 1 a.m. when I heard 3 very loud gunshots. I played with the volume very low as my wife and kids were sleeping, so I immediately knew some stuff was going down. It had sounded like it came from my backyard, so I didn't know what to do. Then I heard someone jump my fence into my backyard, and I see a shadow walking slowly by my kitchen window. The lights were off in the kitchen, so they couldn't see me. I paused and couldn't move or breathe. Next thing I knew, he stops, then sprinted towards my front yard and out our front gate. I only lived 2 blocks from the police station, and the next thing I know, the cops started surrounding my house. I open my door and tell them what happened, and immediately there is a helicopter searchlight on me. There were several cops in my backyard and in my front yard. I told them what happened, but they wouldn't tell me anything. What had happened, which I found out through the news, was that the guy had left the local bar with some younger kids to go to the liquor store behind my house. One thing had led to another, and they all started fighting. Some man driving by saw the whole thing, got out of his car to break it up, and the guy that was fighting the younger kids ended up stabbing one in the head and then shot the passerby 3 times in the chest obviously killing him. This all happened directly behind my house. The kid survived and the shooter got away. They found out that the guy who got killed was driving home to Colorado and just stopped in our town trying to find a hotel for the night.
At the time this happened, we moved to our current house that had a big garden. After moving in and being done with furnishing and making the house feel cozy, my parents decided it's time to hire a gardener and do the lawn mowing, cutting of the bushes and stuff like that. I was about 11 at the time and wasn't involved in deciding on a gardener or contacting him, so I didn't know when he would first come. One Saturday dawn, it was very early in the morning, and I awoke to my dog moving around in bed and looking at the window. I was alone in the house since my parents used to work on weekends. My room is on the ground floor, so the window is only about 1.5 meters from the ground. I was still half asleep when I noticed that someone was standing outside my window. His silhouette could be seen through the blinds. I was a bit weirded out, but figured it must be the new gardener and that he's here really early, because he wants to finish work before the unbearable afternoon heat that we have in summer. I drifted off to sleep, and when I woke up around 10 in the morning, the cops were waiting outside talking to the neighbors. It turned out to be a criminal who climbed through the fence and took a few things from the small storage room that opens to the terrace, like a secateur and some other tools. After that, he stood by my window for a few minutes, watching me sleep through the blind gaps. That's when the upstairs neighbor lady, who was pregnant at the time, headed to the bathroom because of morning sickness and noticed him standing there. She called the cops immediately, who later spoke to me, and they'd caught the man, saying that he seemed to be very distraught and his intentions were unclear. I still don't know what he had planned to do, but let's never meet again. When I was a child, from 3 to 6 years old, my mother moved from Sao Paulo, a huge city in Brazil, to a small town next to the Amazon forest across the country. She was a single mom with 2 kids, my brother just being a year older than me. We were rich back then, and we looked rich as well, even though my mother didn't like to show it off, but we always had nice hair and nice skin. You know what I mean. Rich people look rich, even when they don't want to. The only asphalted street in the town was the main avenue that connected the 2 highways, and all the other streets were dirt. There were no apartment buildings there, so my mum brought a nice house for us. The house had a small front yard and a huge backyard with grass and mango and papaya trees. She worked all day. We went to school in the morning and spent the afternoon playing with the kids from the neighborhood, with a maid at home to take care of us. Mother arrived in the evening and the maid would leave. One day my mum woke up pretty late. She didn't hear the alarm clock, and neither did we. We overslept until noon, and this had never happened before. My brother always woke up pretty early by himself. Even today he still does. She woke up and realized the entire house was upside down. After waking us all up without understanding a thing, my mother went to the kitchen to make breakfast, and then she saw that all the electronics were missing. TV, stereo, even some food and her jewellery, clothes, everything was a mess. She then called her brother that lives a few houses away. Until he got there, she made us stay in our room, and she started to search the site where the house was built. They found out that someone leaked formulides into the air conditioning system. We passed out, they entered the house and stole everything they could. I was 4 years old, my brother was 5, and I remember this crystal clear. There were iron bars on the windows, and they cut the bars to enter. Now that I'm about 30-ish, I'm well aware of the horrors that they could have done to us, if they'd have chosen to. And the creepiest part is that we lived there for 2 more years. When I was younger, my older cousin lived with us for a bit because she was having behavioral problems at home. My parents had to go at night to pick someone up from the airport, so they left my brother and I with her. My brother and I were both in bed in my room at this point, as I think it was a school night, and she was up in the other room doing homework. But she finished up, so came into our room to lay down with us. But as soon as she opened the door, our house alarm started going off. She quickly shut the door and came over to tell me to be quiet before going back to close the door since it didn't have a lock. My brother, who's a year older than me, woke up very confused, and the alarms were going off, and we were all scared out of our minds and couldn't even call for help because her phone was taken away and we were too young to have one. Our only option was the landline, the one in the kitchen and the one in my parents' bedroom. So we all get ready at the same time and run into my parents' room and lock their door. My cousin checks their bathroom and closet to make sure no one's hiding there before calling my parents to let them know what's happening. They say they're only 2 minutes away and not to worry, but let me tell you, those were the longest 2 minutes of my life. After all is said and done, we find out through the alarm company that the window in my parents' room is what tripped the alarm, and that's the room we went to. To this day, my parents are convinced she was just trying to sneak in a boyfriend or something, but I'm certain someone was trying to rob the place or worse, and got scared off by the alarm because of how completely terrified my cousin looked. At the time this happened, I was being stalked, and I would often have a bad feeling when coming home to my apartment alone. Things would just be different. I've been legitimately OCD for a long time now, and things have to be just right, like the placement of things and such. So when they're not, I notice. So that was happening to me. I would find things out of place, like drawers slightly open, or the microwave door open. Once I came home to the shoelaces of a pair of my shoes tied, like someone had just pulled them off without untying them. But I never did that. A few articles of clothing went missing around this time as well. Not enough that I thought for sure something sinister was going on, but the timing did have me suspicious for a while. It was usually stuff I didn't wear a lot, but then suddenly, I wouldn't be able to find it in my closet. Once I came home to the bathroom door closed, but I always left it open. It was pretty scary opening the door, let me tell you, but no one was there. I was going through a lot at the time, and thought I was going crazy. But then I came home to find the door not only unlocked, but also slightly open. I'm like you. I always lock my door and make sure it is before I leave. I even lock it when I'm home. There was no way I would have left the door unlocked and open, especially when I knew someone was stalking me. I went around my apartment with a knife while on the phone with a friend, but nothing was missing as far as I could tell. The only thing slightly weird at the time was a book on my shelf was pulled out of place just a little bit, which wasn't something I would normally do either. But maybe I just hadn't noticed it or something. I told my then landlord, but as I was moving soon anyway, they waited to change the locks. Luckily, nothing else ever happened, but for a while I was really scared. I think you're right to be concerned and have to call the police. Luckily, nothing else ever happened, but for a while, it was really scary. If you think this is happening to you, you have the right to be concerned and call the police. Call your landlord, change your locks, and see that your security system provides you with some security, as well as some peace. Hey guys, it's Mort here, and thank you so much for listening. Now that you're done, my brother over on Forgotten Lives has a really interesting story that most of you, I think, would appreciate. I'm going to link it at the end and in the description. I really think it will be something that interests you. So be sure to click the link on screen now or in the description if you can't see it to check it out. Thank you everyone, and well done for reaching the end. I'll be back tomorrow with some fresh stories. Stay awesome, and I'll see you in the next one.